Welcome in, StarQ. Nice to see you. And indeed, you are first. You did scare me quite a bit, not gonna lie. I didn't manage to play much yesterday, or lately, but yesterday I managed to play a little, and I hopped on the game and was blasting a little. And you're aware that your prefix or prefab fixes were messing a little. I was losing my mind. I was like, what the fuck? No matter what I do, my workplaces are absolutely exploding. But luckily, it's perfectly fine already. But yes, yesterday, my entire city here it was full of people or businesses complaining that they can't find enough workers. And the craziest one, I think, was this one. I'm actually curious what it's gonna say today. Yesterday, when I checked this business, it had 380 employees, which I'm gonna say might have been a little too much. But yeah, no, it's perfect. Quite the opposite. It forced me to sort out a bit, but welcome in, StarQ, and thanks for the quick fix. And welcome in, Maestro. Talking about Maestro, we have to find it, but I started using one of your new trains, Maestro, and it actually looks very cute in Los Vagos. Let's see if we can catch it somewhere. Nope. Oh, there it is. You're probably gonna be very unhappy with me as I turn this into some weird desert looking theme. I also was running the S stock and I might again, but I don't really have a subway. And as somebody who travels to London fairly regularly, it does seem a little off to me with the subway. I do think it looks really pretty. I had a subway instead of this one first, but I'm not entirely sure. Rail is one of the things I really will need to touch on. I've been struggling with rail in general a bit because I think Tigan had some issues with some of his depots. So I deleted some of what we already started here, but it's beautiful. And indeed, customization is king because this looks absolutely stunning here. In fact, both of you are here. You guys can actually help me do something because I will not be 100% aware on how to do this. I think with Maestro Strains, it's actually easier because you generally have the pantograph in the back. But I would obviously love to do the following, and StarQ being here, as always, is very exciting because I can ask many silly questions. Because obviously, I would like to take this and make a version of it that has no pantograph. And I believe that's something I should be able to do with RVT, no? I've tried around before. I've not done super much with it, but this is the version I'm using right now. So I believe this is the version I should take and click this. I've tried around with it a little, but not much. So we're learning together here. I assume this is all we want to keep. So in our case, we want to change the. Oh, hold on. Was it the 5? It's the. Never mind. It's a wrong version. We're gonna go back. It's the version with 5 of them instead. Yeah. I'm blind. Legit blind. Thank you for realizing that I'm silly before I did myself. But yes, this is the one. And from my understanding, we probably should have the fourth carriage, which should be this one. And now I guess we want to change this for the one that you're using in the front and turn it around. I'm learning together. I've not used it yet. Also, welcome in, Riza. Nice to see you, cutie. I'm trying to properly use the Star QRVT mod, and I'm not sure how great we'll do at it. This is the version, but I don't want to. Should I not have access to the single? Okay, hold on. Now I would have to try a round. You don't think it's gonna try? Okay, you say it's talent to generic engine car. Let's try together then. So it should be this one, right? That's the one it is already. Which makes sense, because obviously it's the same one. I would just love to have a version where the pantograph is down. It is the one without. That's so weird, because that's the one we have already, no? Is this not the exact same? Generic passenger engine car. Yes, that's okay, okay. This is oh, that makes perfect sense. Yes, that actually does make perfect sense. I was gonna ask you about this cause I had the same issue with a train of Peanut, as in we can't change the engine, which makes perfect sense that you don't give us access to the engine. In the case where I would use RVT, I would generally try to change the engine because I don't need much of RVT. I really like most of the variations, but then let's find a different train where it's probably the same. Yeah, I assume. Well, here actually it's not the engine. So in this one, I guess it should work. Would there be a way for you to add engine editing? Because this is not a good example, but let's see if we can find a good example, which should be this, I believe. Yes. Because Peanut Strain, for example, is the same. I do think Peanut Strain fits beautifully in Los Vagos and looks great. Obviously, Peanut Strain. Oh, it does not have the panto in the front. Maybe then I can also do that. But yes, for the ones that have pantograph in the front, it would be amazing if we could also change the engine. I'm not sure if that is possible or if that's something you could implement in future, but that would be one of the features of RVT that I would be very interested in. Because that way I could take these electric trains and turn them unelectric. Because I believe this is probably the front, and I think when it's driving the other direction, this goes up. Because I think it's driving reversed right now. We can actually inspect this for a moment, even though it's not that interesting. But let's follow this to the very end. Yeah, I agree. Obviously, that's something you could change as well, Maestro. But then I don't think that should be something you should change. I think that there's going to be many trains where the pantograph is on the engine. So for that reason, I would actually love a way for us to touch the engine, right? Because again, with this one, at least I would assume that this actually is the front of the train and we're going reverse right now. And I know RVT offers many amazing things. For example, I did use the subway of Maestro for a while as a train, which RVT makes that very easy to change it to a train version. But yeah, I would love to change the engine in more of them, so people need to change it less. And yes, that indeed is Tropico music. I used to love Tropico in the past, and if we're all honest with each other, I'm basically playing Tropico, just open the wrong game. But I'm basically playing Tropico anyways. So, yes, I decided that we're gonna listen to Tropico today. So, very nice. And thanks so much, Maestro, for that sub. I don't know, that should have played an alert. I don't know why it didn't, but I think you just subbed. If so, much appreciated, cutie. That's very nice of you. And sorry for my game or my stream not properly throwing the alert that it should have. I don't know why it didn't. But yes, I love Tropico and I'm basically playing Tropico, so that's it. And we're gonna dive in and probably play the game in a moment. I just want to see if I'm correct that the pantograph on this is gonna change to the front side as well once we go to the outside connection. And we will have to do some cleanup. I'll do most of it off stream. But I finally removed one of the park packs that I should have removed a long time ago. And as you can see, we have some places where there is broken parks and obsolete entities in our game right now. That is something that is absolutely expected and I will have to fix. I'm trying to finally get rid of everything that needs, how is it even called? Asset Pack Manager, I believe. APM. And yeah, there is still quite a few. There is going to be a few things that will be really difficult for me to remove without APM. So I'm not entirely sure how quickly we're going to be with this, but yeah, I think every stream probably we're going to dive in and change maybe one or two parks. And otherwise we're probably gonna detail. I worked a bit more in this area. I also broke part of this area and I'm trying to figure out what I want here. It's all a process and it's not the quickest one. Okay, now moment of truth. Will we come out the other side and have the pantograph be up in the front? Because I believe we should. And I agree. Which Tropico did you play? I'm curious, Maestro, because the playlist we're listening to is not see. Oh no, actually it's not in the engine. So I assume that Peanuts Train I could adjust the way I want with RVT, but otherwise I can't. Yes, I know StarQ. I know that that's a bit of a problem, but keep in mind there just is some things that are fairly tedious to replace. One of the things, for example, is that I have loads of the StarQ or the Washi farms. Sorry, I can replace the Washi farms. It's not the biggest, but I will dive into it and remove the Washi fans. The most difficult ones to get rid of for me will be this, which is the Metzger Colosseum pack. I cannot delete this. I don't want to hand place all of this by myself. So this pack is going to be a bit of an issue for me. Maybe we can bully Metzger into actually fixing this and upgrading it and not making an APM pact anymore since he's still generally active. So this might not be a problem. The other biggest issue I have are these. Because these are most of the washi ones I can replicate quite easily. This one is a pretty complex assembly out of different things. So I guess this one is gonna be a bit more finicky to replace for me. It is on PDX, but it still uses APM if I'm not mistaken. Again, I'm slowly gonna yeet out some of the APM dependency, as this one, for example, we have here is one. We can start with a single one right now, because I promised myself that I'll do one or two of those parks per time we're playing to get rid of them. So we're gonna go ahead and eat this one out and build a new cute park in there instead. Maybe we can use one of the prefixed ones, but I think probably most of them are not gonna match too well, so most likely we're building our own one instead. But yeah, it's a bit annoying because I know I shouldn't use APM. I'm very well aware, but it's also actually annoying to go back and replace everything and dive in. But yeah, I still have like 5 or 6 different APM packages that I know I shouldn't. I'm very well aware, and we're gonna try to get rid of them. But so far, I have not managed to get rid of them. Don't we have a 2x3 playground, or was that also one of the custom ones? Is Daniel not still active in the community as well? I don't understand why there is so many people who are still active in the community who don't really patch their things anymore. Which stream overlay do you mean? I don't know, my alert also didn't come, so I'm a bit confused what's up with my alerts. I've not streamed in so long that I'm a bit confused. I hope not all of my alerts are gonna cause issues, but they might. Yeah, okay. But yeah, Vashi and Daniel, I guess, are the 2 people. If they would update their packs, I would be incredibly happy. But I guess neither is gonna happen anymore, so I should actually do this. Yeah, the overlays, they're all pretty slow, to be honest. It takes quite a moment for them to kick in. It's one of the things that I'm always sad about, because I have a few sounds that can be very funny if they have good comedic timing. But then since they always trigger so slow, the moment is pretty much always past already when they play. So I'm not that happy with the delay we're getting.
That's what she said.
That's exactly the sound. El Gendo plays this all the time, and he generally has great comedic timing, but then it plays so late that yeah, the moment usually is past already. Come on, let me delete you, Mr. Rock. But yeah, I noticed that the longer I have Los Vagos, the more we actually need to do some annoying like clean up work as well. Like this one here, for example, which I hope we wouldn't have to do. But what can we do? Is one of the things I guess that an old build forces us to do. And we're just gonna manually detail this up instead, real quick, and then we have one park done for today, and we can actually dive into proper playtime. And how are all of you cuties doing today? And congrats to Maestro. I seen right before I started my stream that you posted you broke the 1,000 followers on PDX mods. Very well deserved. Like, I know we have other amazing train makers in the community, but there is nobody nearly as active and as quick as you are. So you're doing absolute God's work with all of your beautiful trains. So much deserved and congratulations. I mean, I don't think it's surprising at all, to be honest. You've been so consistent and not only consistent, but also fairly quick in throwing out amazing assets that I would have been confused if you would not have gotten those. So not surprising at all. I will disagree. How come you've not went to work for 2 days? I know you've been sick, but I thought you said this weekend that you were doing better already. Oh, and this, I'm not sure where we're gonna use this yet. This is something Riza made, and I actually love the Chicago bean in real life. I really want to use this, but goddamn, is this gigantic. I initially thought that I can find a way to plug this in already, and then I seen how big it is, and yeah, I we will need to make a build around this because this is definitely sizable. Yeah, I would imagine. I figured that it's a 1 by 1 and it's that big in real life, but yeah, in my build, it's definitely a little oversized. So I will have to find a way how to properly incorporate it without messing up entirely. Not sure how I can do so well. Maybe you should, because I would imagine that I'm not the only person struggling slightly with the size of it. Maybe you should actually add a second version where you just texture share too, but make the like use all the same textures and everything that's the same, but make it a tad smaller. But yeah, I know that the real one, I couldn't believe it when I seen it first, but I actually went on Google Maps and looked at the real one to see if it's as big, and yeah, it's absolutely just as big. So totally realistic, but makes it a bit tricky for me to want to find an easy way to use it at least. And how is everybody liking the patch otherwise? I still think I have like a few small issues and have to work out some things, so I'm not arrived 100% yet. But in general, everything I've played around with seems great. So yeah, I also was wondering. Your question is funny, Gaga, because I also was wondering if people are actually at the bean. I'm sure many of them are touching it with fatty fingers and it becomes dirty pretty quickly. So, fair question, interesting question. Okay, wholeheartedly, I don't think we need to do the world here. I would like to have a few people in here, so it's a bit more alive at least. And then I think we're already perfectly fine. And we have one more of these parks replaced. We will have to keep doing this in the next few streams because we have quite a lot of those old broken parks now. I removed the pack, so we're definitely not over with this, and it's something that we'll have to keep doing every once in a while and just rebuild some of the parks real quick. Is there a history behind the Chicago bean? Why a bean? What made them consider putting a bean as a big statue in their city? Wouldn't be the first memorial I would think of. Can we manage to get these look like they're actually running and pushing on this? Kinda, I guess. Actually, very curious. That does make perfect sense. So, I get it. But I thought maybe there also is something historically that binds Chicago to a bean. So interesting. But yes, finally, one park knocked out. As you guys can see, we have quite a few of these parks to finish in future, but it's somewhat boring, so we're gonna dive into something different. I started working out this area a bit more. In fact, I built something that is not finished yet, but kinda. I dived in and started out with a shitty trailer park here. We have some trailer parks already, but I wanted something that is a bit more cramped and a bit more trashy, because a lot of the trailer parks and houses we have so far, they are actually quite nice. They are pretty spaced out. They actually have nice yards, and I think come across pretty nice. This one I would like to have not that nice. In fact, we definitely wouldn't go in here and turn this area a bit worse than it is right now. But one of the issues I had with these, if anybody uses these buildings, be careful in recoloring those. I know that Yen is aware of this, but Recolor currently has some issues with stuff that consists of multiple meshes. These consist of multiple meshes, and if you recolor those, you will break your save. So sadly, we cannot recolor them, at least currently, till we get an update from Recolor. So it's something we're gonna stay away from, and we'll just work through this in general. I don't think we need to do super much here. I think the main things we need to do in this area is actually diving in and making it a bit more dirty. Yes, actually, the whole save. This is a serious issue. It. How do I elaborate this better? Yes, you break your whole save, but you can disable recolor and you get back into your save. But currently, that also means you're losing any single bit of recolor you've done in your save, which for me is not really a possibility because we recolor a lot. No, yeah, wait. I'm gonna wait till the ad is over and then go through it. Don't worry, Gaga. I'm gonna wait till the ad is over and then I repeat myself. Let me know when you guys are back. It's always a bit confusing. I think Twitch often is kinda off in who sees ads when, and some people have an ad blocker, some don't, and I do think it also depends a bit on the region, but it leads to me often not being sure when you guys can hear me and when you can't, so okay, Gaga says he's back. Starku is also saying something. So I guess I can say it. What I said before the ad started, yes, these, if you recolor these, well, it depends. If you recolor those with vanilla recolor, it won't work. I don't know why. They will not recolor properly. If you use recolor, you can recolor them perfectly fine. If you try to load that save, you will crash on loading it. It is an issue that is not this asset's fault. It is an issue that Recolor has with stuff that's made from multiple meshes, and this is made from multiple meshes. The same will happen, no, not only with this, the same will happen with anything that has multiple assets or multiple meshes in one asset. Yang Yang is perfectly aware of it and is working on a fix, so I'm sure the next Recolor version fixes this. But in the meanwhile, I'm gonna personally at least be a little careful with Recolor, especially in objects where I'm not sure if they are multiple meshes or not. Because, yes, they can indeed break your save. or not really break. I shouldn't say break, because if you remove recolor, you can load your save, no problem. But it also means you're losing everything that is recolored in your build. And one of the things Yen is gonna do for the next update is that he will store the values of recolor the same way vanilla stores them. So in future, if you have an issue like that and you disable recolor to get back into your save, you don't lose all of the recoloring you've done, but currently you will totally lose all of the recoloring you've done. So currently I'd say best to avoid using recolor on some of these. Whoopsala, I forgot how they place. That obviously is not what we want. So get out. But yes, no, it's not only these assets. It's something you have to be a bit careful with. Come on. This, stay under there, please. Not perfect, but good enough. I buy it. Also not perfect, but good enough. And then maybe somebody who is standing. Yeah, I mean, I feel a bit sorry for Yen, because especially I have found quite a few of issues with Yen mods lately. And I know he's always overly busy already, so every time I find something that's wrong, I feel a bit guilty and sorry about having to let him know about it. He obviously is always very polite and friendly and is happy if you let him know, so don't we shouldn't feel any weird about it, but yeah, I notice that I generally feel a bit sorry when I have to annoy him. Yeah, I know. With this one, it's also not been a big risk because it's like I built this cute, I don't know, trailer park here, and I shouldn't call it cute because it's not cute at all. But I built this twice because when I built it the first time, I recolored the trailers and then bricked it. So what we're doing here basically is a rebuild of something I already built off stream, but it's only a small area in the build, so not really much of a problem. And I already, again, I'm trying to figure out this area of the build a bit more because I'm not entirely sure what I want this to become. I definitely want this to be like an industrial depot railway area here in the middle. I want this to become a favela. We probably, depending on how fast I am, we will dive back into this as well. But the area I'm very unsure yet is this. I would like to turn this into a bit of a city, which kinda is similar to like I don't know. Obviously, in our build, everything is so dense that this kinda is part of Los Vagos. But in my head, this actually kinda is its single city. And this land in here between is kind of rural land. Obviously, it's all very condensed, so it looks a bit different. But I wanna give this its own small city center. I'm not entirely sure how big I want it to get, because I do want to keep the area feeling somewhat rural. But yeah, here I've been plopping down and deleting stuff and dragging it back and forth quite a bit, because I still kind of struggle with how I want this to look in the end. So if anybody has good suggestions, please scream and let me know, because right now there is a lot of impact to be had on this build, because I'm very unsure on what I want and where I want this journey to go with this. One of the things I noticed is that my golf court that we made is actually super nice for those trailer parky areas, especially as somebody who used to like to travel in the US quite a lot. I have seen so many people with golf carts and quads and similar vehicles like this in parks, trailer parks, camping parks, and things like that. Anything to not have to move your own legs, I guess. So I do think they add quite nice to the vibe here. And yeah, you're right, Starq. My problem is that my game has been so stable and I had so little issues for such a long time that I became a bit desensitized to saving regularly, and I often forget to save for quite a while, which yeah, not great if I have not saved in a I don't know hour, half an hour, something like that. Please scream at me and tell me to save. I'm gonna try to save a lot today, just so I do a bit better. But yeah, I tend to forget. And welcome in, Jelly. How is your map making going? I've been fairly busy lately, so I generally manage to look at a little other streams, sadly. But I've seen that you've been working a bit more on your map. How's progress looking? And welcome in, Kaz, as well. And welcome in, Skip, as well. Everybody coming. Yeah, let's see. I hope I will have a bit more time again in future. This is the first stream I had in over 3 weeks. So lately I have not really managed to stream properly. The one weekend where I had time was a weekend where iFlake managed to kinda break the game, aka give us load screens forever. So yeah, that weekend I would have had time. It was a long weekend in Germany, and I was very excited to finally have time and be able to blast and play the game a bit. But then I guess Ice Flakes had different plans for us and was like, hey guys, you shouldn't play video games the entire weekend. You should also just leave your house and do some nice things in your life, which I'm gonna assume they just were nice and caring and wanted us to experience life to the fullest. Surely they didn't totally mess up on accident. You should not feel sorry for that, Skiplo. In fact, everybody should ask for Jelly to get banned everywhere. That just seems like a reasonable request, honestly. But how are you cuties feeling? Everybody doing fine? How are we feeling about the new patch? Because the little I played so far, I think the patch is pretty goddamn nice. I've been having a little issues with my game, but all of them are and have been mod related, so cannot really fault the game for having any issues. But yeah, I personally been struggling a little since the update. But the patch itself seemed very solid. In general, I know my Discord is called Iceflakes Fan Club, and I probably always been fairly positive about all of the changes, but I have a good feeling the more we see of Iceflakes, the more it gives me confidence in City's future. I'm also sure there is going to be a long and tedious way, and we'll have to face more annoying issues in future, but the direction in general seems great. Well, yeah, of course. Suddenly, education actually works in a game. So I also noticed that I will have to rebalance quite a bit of things. Maybe this is a bit too extreme, but then honestly, since we want this to be fairly trashy, I don't think this is too extreme. I think this is exactly the kind of vibe we want here for this to properly be run down. I'm very curious in how you guys feel about performance, because I've seen very different reports of performance. I can personally say my game runs a lot better since this patch than it did prior. I've seen people who said the opposite. My general feeling so far, this might be absolutely incorrect, but my feeling so far is telling me the people who are the happiest are the ones with the shittiest computers. So I think the worse your computer is, the more benefit of the recent changes you've seen. And my computer is goddamn horrible, so I'm probably one of the people who profited the most. If this is accurate, as always, don't trust anything I say. I have no idea. I feel like it is, but I'm not certain. But the few people in my Discord that have fairly shitty computers, I think all of them said that their game is running better, so I do feel like it has something to do with how powerful your PC is as well. Yeah, indeed. Like gives me confidence. In general, I do think their recent changes have all been in the right direction. Probably it's gonna take a while for them to work through everything. But yeah, my game is running better. Still not great. There still is a lot of room to grow. Let's say it that way, but definitely better than it used to be. See, Obelix, speaking of the devil, I was thinking of you because you're one of the people who also kept saying that your game is running way better than it used to in the recent patches. And I'm not sure if I'm being correct with this, but your computer is also not super powerful, right? Maybe you will be offended and you have a really good computer and I'm mistaking. I mean no harm. I'm just trying to figure if my feeling is right that people with worse computers have benefited the most. Because on the other hand, I know that people who have very beastly computers, for example, Const or Joe, both have said that their performance have not gotten better. So that's why I've been led to feel like it's a thing that has benefit more to people with shit computers. Oh, yeah, no, actually that is more powerful than what I imagined. So I take it back. I take it back, Obelix. Your computer is not weak at all. In fact, your computer is probably at least twice as good as mine. And what resolution do you play on? Maybe it has something to do with that? Because I'm one of the 1080p plebs. And I know that both of the people who said their performance has not gotten better, they play on either 2 or 4K. So maybe it's a resolution thing. Okay, you also play 2K. I don't know why the experience of people is so different then. With Sim, I was a bit confused. Yesterday, my Sim was absolutely horrible, but yesterday, then also we had a bit of that issue Not sure if you have not played yesterday, you probably didn't realize, but Stardew had a little fuck up, which shit happens, and I think especially in regards of Stardew, it always is a good sign when he fucks up, because Stardew is so goddamn fast at fixing his things. Like if Stardew ever messes up something, you will never be in trouble. It will be fairly quick and it will be fixed, so never really an issue. Oh, actually, I see. It's yeah. It's I'm silly. I only read the first number and I was like, okay, that looks like 2K, but yeah, that actually is only a very wide screen. And your favela is still existent, and we're probably gonna dive back and go into your favela, Riz. It's one of the things I want to work out, but I need to understand a bit more how this area is gonna look like in future. So we worked a little on this side just to make some progress on how I want this area to look. Your favela is perfectly fine and in place, but I have not really made any progress on it. So it's something we're gonna dive back into as soon as we have finished this trailer park here. Yeah, the test that Elgeno made left me a bit in confusion because how can that be? That should not be the case. I'm gonna go as far as saying I think probably there is something wrong with Elgendo's testing that this is the result he's getting because that absolutely should not be the result. And I'm sure most people have seen already, but I think it's gonna be a good week on PDX mods as Sully is finally putting out quite a few of the things he and Mac have been working on for a while. And as somebody who's seen a few sneak peeks of those things, let me tell you guys, you will be excited because there is a bunch of amazing assets coming. Especially, I don't want to spoil anything he has not himself said yet, but he announced the stadiums, so I'm sure people are aware of those already. If you like stadiums, it's gonna be a good week for you on PDX mods. It's not my cactus, it's Gaga's cactus, and he is still working on it. So I'm sure the cactus will be open release soon. But yes, the cactus is still in work. I think if you're really hungry for the cactus, I believe Gaga posted it in my Discord for people to use already unlisted. So if you ask him nicely in my Discord about the link, I'm sure Gaga will send it to you as well. If you're patient, just wait and it's gonna be on PDX eventually. But if you're impatient and you can't wait to get your hands on it, then just ask friendly in my Discord and I'm sure Gaga will provide. Jelly, have you not learned? I'm a shit Twitch streamer. I have no commands. Not the only command I have is my Discord, and I have a second command that you told me to put, which is a shout out command that I always forget about and never really use myself. But yeah, you're not on a professional Twitch channel. Don't expect any professional Twitch things here. Some people working out in the backyard, never, never wrong. Min, did you just hear what you wanted to hear? That seems like wishful thinking on your side, StarQ. But yes, thanks for tuning in, Jelly, and enjoy your lurk. Yes, actually, before you leave, Jelly, you've been complaining about me having shit emotes on Twitch and good emotes in Discord. I finally uploaded some of my Discord emotes onto Twitch as well. So we finally have the cross-eyed crazy sir now. And this, I'm sure people have seen this by now, but what an absolute beauty this car that's got added like 3 weeks maybe ago. I love it. It's such a perfect fit for Los Vagos. It's so typical US American. I'm absolutely in love with it. Which car? I didn't see. What did you guys see that I didn't? Yes, this is the Lincoln. The Lincoln Town car. It's beautiful. It's from the same guy who made a very pretty other vehicle as well. If I'm not mistaken, at least. I think this is also from him. I have it posted in the asset catalog in my Discord. Which one is floating? The Lincoln? Doesn't look like floating to me. Which car is floating? I guess it's floating a very little in the front axis. Okay, okay. We strive for perfection here. Maybe you were meaning a different car as well. Yeah, then let's see if we twist this slightly and then lower it very little. Maybe Obelix is gonna be happier with us, because yeah, I guess it did float a little. No more floating. In fact, now it's a little too low here, but it's on sandy ground, so we can say it's just sunk in a little. His vehicles are great. It's one of the this guy turns to be out one of my favorite car makers on PDX. This one is also great, obviously, because it's from Gruni. Gruni has also added a few new ones. He added a Golf this week, I believe. The Golf is absolutely stunning as well. So, in general, nice, but yeah, very cute. Yeah, I generally also lower these things, but as I said before you came in here, we're rebuilding this the second time because I had an issue with recolor, and let's say I might be a little less patient when I'm building something the second time. So glad you're calling me out so I don't start lacking and get lazy. But yeah, that was not optimal. Gruni's cars in general are really cute. For me, it's a bit the opposite. I love them. I will totally use them, but as he generally tries to make assets that match a French build, they are not the perfect fit for us in Los Vagos, but they're beautiful. Definitely, I will 100% agree. And welcome in,
Some Latinos up
Jefe.
here.
Nice to see you. Hope you're doing fine today. And talking about nice assets, one asset that I really like, I should show these properly and I should change my lightning because that lightning is really shit for where we're looking at here. but are these. I've not perfectly detailed this up yet either, but these are some new houses that Joe put out, and as everything Joe does, they are beautiful. I especially like them because they are very American, probably not fitting in the environment I'm building in, because they're supposed to be in Pittsburgh, if I recall correctly. But I love them. We have so little nice looking small assets that I was very happy to have found these. Yeah, I also want to know what your conclusion is with your weird benchmark results, because they make zero sense, again. Oh, you know so yourself, but your benchmark results just confuse me and sound like they should not be possible. Since we have Obelix here complaining, this guy is floating, so that's not perfect enough. So we're gonna remove him and place him a bit different. So hopefully this time he isn't floating. No more floating, or if it's at least not as visible. Yeah, very confusing. I agree. Like wholeheartedly, just does not make sense, the result of your benchmark. If anybody is wondering what we're talking about, Elgendo has been testing with different mods and has been benchmarking how much simulation time passes with them. And one of his findings was that his game runs quicker with Infoloom enabled than without, which obviously shouldn't really be a thing. The heck? I just clicked one down here. Where did he go? Oh, I am silly. I had this off and I placed him into the trailer. Sir, get out of there. Okay, gone he is. Yeah, I mean, that kind of testing, it seems very finicky to me because it's so dependent on what the game is calculating and what you're doing that I guess it's really difficult to find conditions in which simulation time is always consistent. And talking about cars, has anybody tested these if they have LODs? Because I seen somebody mention that they don't have LODs. This is the guy that made the Bugatti and the Tesla and another one. So I am not sure. I can live without a Bugatti and I can live without a Tesla. I love this classic old school Dodge. So I really hope whoever said they don't have LODs is wrong, because I don't want to get rid of them. Yes, they are regular chairs. The reason why I don't like to use pre-built ones is that they spawn multiple times and they are a bit buggy. So after having played with them quite a bit and talked to Suli, who said that it's not something he can avoid, I started not using any of the pre-placed sitting ones anymore. And I place them myself. In general, I don't like the seat groups much. Yeah, it's not only that they stay stuck, it's also that they spawn multiple times. Like often you have two or three multiple sims sitting on top of each other with the pre-seated ones, and I'm not a fan of that. And not only is that problematic, but it's also a bit, this is a bit of a perfectionist take that probably not relevant for most people. But I don't like if the chairs are too perfectly placed and in all of the pre-made seating groups, the seats are perfect, and I don't want them to be perfect. I want them to be chaotic and weird, like here. So instead of ever using the pre-seated ones, I always put everything down individually and waste away my lifetime on details that nobody beside me will ever care about, but I care about it, so I'm not gonna stop doing it. Okay, now with some people in here, are we missing one of the lots that's entirely empty? I guess maybe this garden could get a little more action, and then I think we are gonna move over to dive back into Rezara's favela instead. Damn it. With no LODs at all, or only with LOD 1? Yeah, all form. I was thinking so, because one of the reasons why I was fairly sure that person is correct is that I taught Const how he can check for LODs in the editor, because I am too lazy to do that for everything, and I think the more people know how to check for LODs in the editor, the more we can help each other as community to see which assets are good and usable and which aren't. And after I showed Cons how to do it, he showed somebody in his Discord that went ahead and checked and afterwards said they don't have LOD. So, yeah, sadly, as expected. Again, not the biggest issue for the Bugatti that I don't like much anyway, or the swastika Tesla model, but this one hurts me a lot. This is such a pretty model. But yeah, I guess if it has no LODs, I should probably get rid of it. Hold on. Is this the same person that made the... You're saying something that confuses me. Is this the same person that also made the Lincoln and this? I thought this one was from a different person. Or you mean the... you mean the different Ford, the Mustang. You mean... Hold on. I have it somewhere. You mean... Oh, actually, I don't have it in this yard, but I should... This one is what you mean, right? Also, ugly car. I can totally live with eating that one. Hmm. Yeah, curious. I guess I will delete most of his vehicles then. Is a bit sad, because we have so few good vehicles that losing some of them is sad. Not every, but let's say I detail a lot and I take a long time on certain positions. So yes, generally I remember what I placed for. I may be a bit obsessive with Los Vagos, so I guess that was a dead giveaway for me being a bit obsessive with Los Vagos. Because yes, I do remember most things I placed. In fact, I started using Find It a lot less, and I generally often just travel to places where I know I have placed stuff and then use picker there real quick. I love it. I had a few people. I don't usually listen to this playlist. You guys know generally we're listening to old school underground rap. But yeah, Tropico every once in a while is an absolute must. I'm also a big fan of it, so I'm glad to see that you're enjoying it so much. And I don't want to waste too much time on these micro details. We're already diving in here, but I do want this to be fairly run down. So we're gonna go across and at least add a little grunge in here. And then after this, I think we quite literally only have to place a bit of trash, like actual trash and trash piles and stuff like that. And then I think we should be perfectly fine with this area. Or is there any complaints? If you guys are looking at this trailer park, what are we missing to make this a very typical US trailer park? Yes, I know. I do this all the time. It is makes no sense, but also imagine playing logical. I just want this to look good, and I don't think anybody ever notices this. You're the first person to call me out for what I'm doing. I am very well aware that when I'm doing something that I shouldn't, and I think I called myself out in the past for it. But visually, I like it, and I don't care for much different. So I will absolutely keep placing rust decals on wood surface and not even be sorry about it. But yes, obviously you're totally correct. This does not really make sense. Yes, see Elgando jumping in to defend me right away. When I place this here, obviously there is some metal bar here that's not visible that is starting to rust there. So, of course, is very gigantic nails. There is no flaw in that logic at all. Elgando is right. This perfectly makes sense. Sadly, we still don't have a jail. Otherwise, I would just start threatening you guys with jail time for daring to critique what I'm detailing. But sadly, the jail is not yet done, so feel free to keep critiquing. Otherwise, I do think this is starting to look pretty appropriate. I'm gonna save, because Stark, you've been calling me out for saving regularly, and I should. I do think I'm pretty happy with this. I do think the main thing I want to do here that is a bit cheap, but who cares? We want these, and we're just gonna go around and place random stuff because I want this to be messy. If anybody else has a good idea for what we're still missing here, please scream. But I think I'm starting to be quite happy with this. Elgando is translating so many different mods. It's actually crazy. I never knew. And especially as somebody who turns every game he has immediately to English and never really cared about it. But Elgendo is translating so many different mods. Holy goddamn. Is that things you're missing or things you are looking for a translation for? Because if it's stuff you're missing, we already have a porta potty here. Only a single one, but then these people have trailers. Most of them will just use a toilet in their trailer. Okay, okay. The metal pipes I actually like. I agree that's a good suggestion. In general, maybe some more industrial props. I use quite a few of those junk props already, and I use quite a few of those beautiful rusty barrels that Elgendo made a while ago that work really nice for some fairly generic detailing. But yeah, some more random industrial things to lie around, I will agree with. That definitely would be appropriate. Well, see, I've been saying this a lot. I've been talking to Joe quite a lot lately, and it's very funny because Joe and me had a conversation that's been fairly similar to a conversation that I had with Canadian Moose in the past. And I will stand on that ground. I think ignorance helps. I think any actual US person looks at my build and is gonna be like, "Oh, there is so many things wrong with this." And yes, there is 1,000 things wrong with my build that are not logical and probably would be different in the real world. But ignorance is bliss. If you don't know stuff is wrong with your build, then I think it helps your creativity and to keep building. So I don't consider that something negative. I also have no clue about trailer parks, but I don't know. I could not build a European build because in a European build, everything I would do, I would be like, oh, this is not logical. This is not how it would be in the build. But then I know less about the US, so it makes it easier for me to be ignorant and do weird things, and that helps me to actually not stall out and question everything I do as much. And I don't think that has to be a downside, especially for cities. And with that, I think we're fairly fine. So now we're gonna do what Stark you told us to do, and we're gonna have a last look into the industrial props, which we had a first round through this already. I don't think I need super much anymore. But yes, a few random props and people hoarding stuff in their backyard seems appropriate indeed. Yes, I very much agree. I will die on this hill because I think one dead giveaway is that every European person you talk to playing this game, they will all exclusively tell you they think the US like assets we have are a lot better than the EU assets we have to make a proper build. And every US person will say the exact opposite, and they will say EU has way better assets to make a believable build. And I think the simple reason for both of these opinions are just that people know less about what is appropriate, so they find it easier to work in the style where they know less of. I guess so, but I do think that actually is a counterpoint in what I'm doing here. Because I'm absolutely not doing a great job at having typical US road work. My entire build is way too curvy, way too little gritty. I mean, here in the front, I actually try to make this
I wish we
very
had a
gritty and
cactus.
typical American, but otherwise, my build is very much not proper American. It pretends to be, but it actually isn't. And welcome in Data Knasum, and I'm gonna say one thing. I don't have to hope anymore. I have my cactus. If anybody wants this beautiful cactus, feel free to join my Discord and tell Gaga that you wanna use his beautiful cactus, and I'm sure he can send you the link for the early access version. If you work with that version, you have to live with stuff still changing, maybe colors changing, maybe sizes changing. But otherwise, you can totally get your hands on a cactus already as well. Otherwise, just be patient, and I'm sure sooner than later it's gonna make its way onto PDX as well. But Gaga is a bit of a degenerate perfectionist like me, so stuff generally takes a bit longer. Yeah, I agree. Whenever I see very realistic US builds and I see how gritty they are, my immediate response is oh, that's unrealistic. That's way too perfectly gridded. And then you go on Google Maps and have a look at an actual US city, and you realize really quick that that's not unrealistic, but very realistic. And US cities are just that crazy gritty. Obviously, not all of them, but many of them are incredibly gritty. I think we're pretty much done with this trailer park. I'm not even
I wish
diving
we
into the
had a
trailer park.
cactus.
I just want to dive in and play some random trashy cars here because I do think it fits the vibe of the area a lot. And welcome in, Pockets. We don't have to. I just said it because today that sound is very popular. We don't have to hope anymore. We have our cactus. Our cactus is beautiful. If anybody wants this cactus, there is an early version released in my Discord. So Gaga is already sharing this with the only input that it is still about to change. He's still working on some of them. This cactus, for example, I'm not sure if Gaga is here right now, but this cactus has a bit of a mess up in the LODs, where I think you chose a wrong mesh on accident. And as you can see, as soon as you hit the LOD, it changes into an actual different variation of it. But beside this one, I actually don't think there is many issues anymore, and most of the cactus work is absolutely beautiful, and I can only stress about it again. It makes such a difference for our build. I think the atmosphere the cactus adds in areas like this is absurd. It looks so much better suddenly. All right, have a nice night, StarQ, and thanks for tuning in and stop breaking my save. You actually, yesterday I was really scared because StarQ accidentally had a little mess up in asset prefect fixes, and suddenly many of my businesses became or had like 350s or 200 employees, and I was like, what the heck, no matter what I do, I keep having more and more jobs everywhere, and was actually losing my shit a little. But yeah, today it's fixed and everything is perfectly fine again. And with that, unless somebody still has a good idea of what we're missing here, I think I would actually say this trailer park is done and fine. And also, have a nice evening, Obelix. Same goes to you, and thanks for tuning in as always. And while everybody is leaving, welcome in cons. I'm not gonna say people are just leaving because you entered, but I do think there is something on with the timing. Cons arrive, everybody else says goodbye and is leaving. Coincidence? I don't know. I don't want to judge. I'm gonna take that mean bullying I just given you back because your suggestion is spot on. This trailer park indeed is missing a drug deal somewhere. The question is, where would that deal be happening? Hmm. And it should be somewhere a bit hidden, but then it's a trashy area, so not super hidden. We already have a Miata here, which makes me believe this is a right area for the deal. So to make this a proper deal, we're gonna go ahead and use our typical vehicle. The Miata is already here, and the Miata is a typical vehicle for gang activities. But this is a typical vehicle for actual proper deliveries of something. And yes, this is it's not the Tropico soundtrack. It's literally the soundtrack of all Tropicos combined. I just went and took all of the Tropico soundtracks and throw them into a single playlist. So yes, this is the soundtrack of Tropico 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in combination, I believe. As I'm basically playing Tropico in cities anyways, I figured might as well listen to the correct soundtrack. See, the good thing is Cons is very well aware how much I like him, so even if I'm being a little bully sometimes, he knows that it's coming from a place of love and he does not have to feel bad about it. Or at least so I hope. Maybe Cons is also crying himself to sleep every evening. If so, I'm a bit sorry about it, but I'm fairly sure Cons is aware of what is happening. Yeah, it's funny. Every time I don't listen to this in most of my streams, but every once in a while we're listening to the Tropical soundtrack, and I always have people who are like, "Oh my, you're so cool! It's the Tropical soundtrack." So big fan of it. And who is doing the deal? This is a woman who's requiring the product. Beautiful. I welcome in Trashy. Nice to see you. And while we're at it, I have not really used it yet because I've been basically not playing the game and I had so little time lately. But Look at this beautiful thingy here. I know, I've not set them up correctly yet, and I need to adjust the lighting of them and such. I have basically not managed to play the game lately because I had so little time. But for all of the train lovers out here, Trashy uploaded an absolutely beautiful and way underappreciated pack. So, not only can you have Maestro's beautiful trains, but you can now use Maestro's beautiful trains in combination with these beautiful signals that Trashy has put out, and together they work really nicely. I guess what you would want us to do here is I want the bottom, the yellow one, off. How do I do this? I take it and I turn off the color, or what is the best way to do this? Just turn it black? That was a lot easier than I figured it would be. Yeah, see, now it's perfect. Now actually we should go the fuck? I mean, it's Los Vagos. We're not really asking questions here, I guess. But this seems a little off. I actually know why this is happening. It's very funny and it's actually scary how far this happened. There is a bug happening to some of the Suli sims that you can plop in, specifically the swimming sims don't keep their position where they were and they move to random places in the map and replace people in these swimming pools. And I guess the lady decided she has enough of swimming in the pool and just moved out into the middle of the night or into the middle of the air instead, which questionable, but who am I to judge? I will show you how you can do that, but I just seen that there is an ad break and we're a bit late, but I've not had a break yet, so I will send you guys on a quick little UFO tour and run to the toilet and grab something to drink real quick. I will be back with you cuties after the ad break. And have an absolutely wonderful evening, Obelix. Thanks for tuning in. And when I'm back, I will show you how you can delete the sims. Because yes, you can absolutely delete them. Is a bit weird though, so I understand that it's not obvious how to do so. But I'll be right back with you after that break. I'm just gonna run to the toilet real quick, so see you soon, cuties. Hi cuties, I'm back and holy shit, what happened? What happened in chat? Please don't riot. I don't have a prison yet, so I need to build a prison first before we can have riots happening, so I can jail all of you. I'm innocent. Sure, Starku. You were never here. Have an absolutely wonderful good night. And no more starting riots, else I'm gonna have to build a jail for you. Which sooner or later we will, but not yet. Okay, and diving back, now I will explain. But before I explain it, I do have a question because my Astro is here, and my Astro always knows everybody in CSM. Is this gentleman that made these letters, is this sir in CSM? Because the V is still broken. As you guys can see, the textures of the V are messed up. And I have big interest in the V getting fixed, but I don't know where or how I could contact this sir. It's Demudan. So maybe. And if you want to purchase the UFO base, Elgando, everything in my build is the same price. So if you want to buy this, just claim a property and it's yours. And sadly, no riots yet, but I started to build a jail in Blender. I've been making little progress lately. But eventually, we will build a big jail up here, and I'm sure there is gonna be riots happening in that jail. In fact, if there is any riots happening anywhere else, I want it. Oh, I can send it to you. I can send you the UFO. The only problem why I have not released them, and by now it's been a long time since me saying that, but is because vehicle controller does not currently allow you to change your heli prefab. And Konzi is working on an update that will allow that again in future. And since you have it, or till you have that update of vehicle controller, it is a bit annoying to control it and when it spawns and when it doesn't. That's the only reason why I have not uploaded it yet. But I can absolutely send you the files or upload it unlisted so you can use it already. I just don't wanna properly put it out yet. And I'm not sure if Trashy is still here, but again, these train signals, another flying dog as usual. But these train signals are beautiful, wholeheartedly, absolutely love them. This one, I guess, we'll change up and leave it yellow. I have no idea about train signals, so probably this is no proper way to have a signal. I will leave it like that. I have no clue about trains, and I don't mind. Yeah, if you can maybe just shoot a reminder. And yeah, I have so many flying dogs. It's crazy. Sarku used to say it's due to trains despawning, but I'm certain it's not happening because of trains despawning. I just have a lot of flying dogs. It's just my city. And oh, he's not going through the hill. Often they go, yeah, through the terrain. Actually, he is. And back to flying. Well, see, my signals, they send mixed signals. Just like in real life to confuse people. You get yellow and red, so you don't know what to do anymore. And before I forget, now we finish this thing. First things first, if Data Knase is still here, I want to show Data Knase real quick how he can delete his sims. So I'm gonna go ahead and just place a lot of them here, right? What you're probably doing is you're opening the sim tool and trying to delete them like this. This is the default setting of the sim tool, and then you cannot delete them. You're absolutely correct. This is not possible. What you will have to do is you see here, you have single and you have radio selection. Once you turn on the radio selection, and then obviously you can change the radius to whatever you want. Once you use radio selection, or radius selection, you can delete them. It's a bit confusing because how is one supposed to know without knowing? But it's one of the things you just have to get told once, and from now on you will always know how to delete your sims. I think everybody who started using those sims had the same issue at the start, and then had to get shown once, and since they know, so now you know as well. And as a last thing, before we dive back into the favela that we've been building on, I want to have a real quick look at something I've been working on for quite a while, and I have to admit I've not done any progress with it lately. But I imported some of the meshes for it already. They are all weird and unfinished and not properly set up, but we can have a quick look at some assets that I will hopefully get to finish sometime soon. I don't know where I want to put them. I guess we're just gonna go somewhere here in the middle of nowhere to have a look at the asset things. To explain a bit, obviously these are like single measures and they are a bit weird in this way. Later on, the way this will work is that all of this is extensions, right? So you could click on this McDonald's and you could say, I want a branding. And if you say you want a branding, the branding would snap onto here. Obviously, I've not set this up yet, so it's individual pieces, but I want all of these to have a lot of like customizable objects. For example, all of them will have a drive-through that you can add on the back. Again, I've just eyeballed this, so it's not perfectly lined up here. If I set these up properly, it will be lined up perfectly. And then you have these, which I don't think I've set up the emissives of these yet correctly, but I will do that. We have these neon lines as well, which then later on, if I set this up correctly, will give this a nice neon glow everywhere. So this is the first asset and probably the one I'm the most excited about because I do think it looks absolutely beautiful and perfectly our vibe. Also, welcome Enormous. Nice to see you. And yeah, I guess it is indeed hard to know without knowing. I should have phrased that a bit different, but then I'm not known to be very bright. So I said it the way I did. But yes, this is one building. Again, they are made of quite a few different meshes because I want these to work as extensions. Same goes for all of them. This is another one. This is a Pizza Hut, and again, it works the same way. All of these have these weird meshes that you can later just use as an extension. But here, for example, it's also a drive-through extension here in the back if you wanna add this. Well, hold on. You will actually get something cheeky in this asset. Give it a moment. But yes, this is another upgrade in case you want a nicer entrance or something big like this. You can add the entrance to the front. And thank you, cutie. See, this is why you guys should try to get yourself a girlfriend, because then you can financially exploit her and make her always sub to you on Twitch with her Amazon Prime. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10 strategy. It's probably the only reason why I ever have and will have a true fan and sub, because that person has no choice but doing so. But thanks, cutie. I appreciate it. And yes, we have this as well, which obviously this is not an extension. This is supposed to work as individual small kiosk because I really like small units, one by one units to throw away in different places. And this is one of them. And now comes the cheeky part you've been asking about. Because, look, you cannot get a McCheeky at McDonald's, but you can get cheeky slices at Pizza Hut. And also Cube Pizza if you're interested. Somebody has a better idea on what to put on that sign than what I put there, gladly scream. I am fairly solid at modeling these things. I'm not the most creative texter person. So ignore the text. And then we have this Taco Bell. But this is not. I will have to fight on this. This is don't talk in Spanish. I have not learned enough Spanish yet to follow along. So this is secret language. I cannot follow. And yay, hype train. I'm not good at faking hype. I am very thankful and appreciative for all support I'm getting. It will get invested into a better graphics card eventually, but appreciate it again. I'm sure I'm getting bullied in Spanish in this moment right now. Sadly, I cannot follow, so I'm not sure. And yes, this is the very last one. This is the White Castle, which is a very small unit. I actually love that. I think many of the buildings we have are way too big. So I decided I want a very small unit for many of these. Again, I'm just eyeballing these things. Later on, they will be extensions. You will not have to place those manually. You would just click on the extension and then it will put itself where it belongs. Since I've not built that yet, I can only place those manually this way. But again, as all of them have, this has a drive-through extension as well. Cause it's the US, everything in the US obviously needs a drive-through, and then we have this to make it a bit bigger. And as a last, obviously, it also has a sign like all of the others. I welcome in Urban and thank you for those 100 biddies. That is very cute of you. But yes, this is what I wanted to show you guys before we dive properly into detailing again, because not sure when I'll get to it. I've had very little time lately, but I hope I will finally manage to finish these in future. I know we have too many weird franchise businesses already, but I wanted some really classical nostalgia, old school fast food joints, and I decided these four are exactly the ones I want to tackle. Maybe I'll add more in future because I'm sure there is some other ones that people would like to have, but for the start, it's gonna be those four. And I'm working on a prop pack for those as well, so hoping to get that in as well. And I'm curious how you guys are feeling about these. Are we fine with the colors and the general style of these? All of them are not 100% finished, so I'm sure I can fix up things. For example, this sign looks horrible in colors. It's just because I've not set up the emissives yet. But otherwise, I am quite happy with these. This I should probably change the color of, because I had many people tell me this looks like a sausage or a penis. And maybe neither of them is the association I want to give here. So I guess I should not turn this into a flashy color like it is right now, and probably adjust this into something different. But otherwise, I think textures and modeling wise, this is pretty spot on. Now comes the horrible job of throwing all of this through the editor, which generally is the least fun part. But yes, I'm looking forward to getting those in, because especially when we're diving into this area here in the back, I would like to use some of them to get the style in. And as you can see, we can already import them and everything. The meshes are fine, the textures are fine, besides like some really small fixes like this. It's mainly setting them up in the editor and building out the prop pack that I want to do together with this. And maybe I would be interested in one last opinion, and then I can already detail. Well, maybe if you're interested, you can give me some feedback on this. Initially, I thought I will put all of these into a single pack, because I generally like it if things are a bit more thematically sorted and function in a pack. Whenever I ask people about it, they said they would prefer them to be sorted by franchise. So in case somebody wants to use a Pizza Hut but not a McDonald's, they can only sub to the Pizza Hut. Is that something everybody would agree with? Is it better for me to split these, or is it better to combine all of them? Either it's going to be a single pack with 4 franchises and props, or it's going to be 5 packs where every franchise is by itself, and then I will use a prop pack as a dependency for all of them. Not sure what the best approach there is, but one of the two solutions. See, I would also have said combine, Maestro. I'm absolutely with you. Everybody else I asked in the past, I think, has said not combine. So I'm not 100% certain what the best approach is. Curious. The last time I asked this, everybody, like quite literally everybody, said they would prefer if they were split. No, for me it would actually be less work to combine them. So, like, it's not the reason why I want to combine them. I just generally like it if I sub to something and it's a bit more than just a single building. But for me, it doesn't really matter. Like, I'm not suffering more or less from combining or not combining them. But again, I know that, for example, when I asked Moose about this, Moose said since he's only building Canadian, some of the franchises don't work in Canada, and he would like to have the choice in which franchise he subs to. So I don't know. I'm a bit torn about it, because again, initially I also wanted to combine, but when I asked people, it seemed like many people appreciate a bit more choice as well. Yeah, and here we started working on this like a stream ago or something. This is gonna be fairly finicky because we will use these a lot closer to each other than we're supposed to. So we will get some word terrain like this in some areas that we will later on have to hide, but it's something we're just gonna ignore for now and slowly work through it. Yes, that's exactly my reasoning for wanting to combine them, because I find it annoying to have 5 mods for something as little. But then Elgando or Moose have given me the counterpoint of yes, but I only want a single asset, and I don't want to download all other assets if I only want to use a single one. So I don't know. Very curious. The last time I asked this, I think the response was pretty much generic that I should not combine them. Today it seems like pretty much everybody is saying I should combine them, which again would be the version I personally would prefer as well. So I'd like what I read. And again, I don't have any clue on how exactly I want this to look. We will have to slowly figure our way. The only thing I know is that I want many of those, like really small back alleys that we can work out later. How we work our way up the hill and how we get this to look the most realistic in the end, I have no clue yet. We will have to figure that together. Yeah, see, both would be the worst, because then I will trash everything. Like then it would be so much uploaded at once. I'm not a fan of that, but yeah, you're obviously not the first person to suggest that. Where is the door in this? The door is here. The question is, many of them I don't want the door to even be accessible from the front, and I want people to go in from the back. I do. Did my stream just die? I think I'm back. Yeah, sorry for that. I wouldn't have even noticed unless you guys would have all said me too. Oh no. But yeah, I guess my stream just died for a moment. Which German internet, being German internet, is a very accurate description of what just happened here. I think I'm back. If I'm not back for everybody, just reload your browser and you should be back. Yeah, I guess I should be back. Cons, you're in danger territory here. Gaga is making cactus. Gaga is flawless and cannot be shamed anymore. I know I used to blame Gaga for everything in the past, but since he's making a cactus for us, he cannot be blamed anymore. Is untouchable. If you wanna be, yes, Nomis, have you not seen this? Hold on, Nomis. You you know how long I've been waiting for a cactus, right?
I wish we had a cactus.
Do you see this? Do you see this absolute beautiful cactus I have? It's not finished yet, it's not released, but it's already beautiful and works amazing. And Gaga has been working on this for a long time. It finally gives me the vibe I always needed in my build. And yes, I finally have a cactus. In fact, we had a cactus for a while. This already part of the build already is cactused up as well. So yes, no more being jealous of CS1 for the cactus. There still is definitely other things that I I will be sad about, but no more the cactus. And this time I don't see. I don't think my stream dropped this time. This time my internet actually looks stable on my side. The last time I could say that my internet died completely. This time I think it was actually you, Gaga. And all right, StarQ, you said goodbye like 10 times tonight, so maybe a final goodbye. Maybe you will be back in a few minutes like the last times. But as always, appreciated for tuning in and have a nice night. And maybe if you can, have a look at Vehicle Controller or Rail Vehicle Tuner, I guess was the final name for it, and see if you can make the engines also exchangeable, because then I will be able to remove all pantographs of any trains, which would make me very happy. If not possible, then so be it. But if possible, I would love it. Yeah, you said RVT is cancelled, but you also said you will just turn it into a bigger mod for everything else. So I assume RVT is only momentarily cancelled, and we get something even better than RVT in the future. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe it's actually fully cancelled. I am not sure. Rail Vehicle Tuner, an amazing mod that allows you to do nice things like. Wait, hold on, cons. Let me show you. What misunderstand? I am misunderstanding. It actually is cancelled. No, 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 Stark. Now you said this. Now you cannot leave anymore. Now I'm sorry. Now you're held hostage in Los Vagos till you answer. But yeah, what RVT can do is, for example, if you have a beautiful subway, like, let's see if we find it like that, S doc. I think that's how we should find it. Yes, here. See, we have this beautiful thingy here. It's one of the beautiful assets that Maestro gave us. It's the London subway. And obviously, it also is a subway in the game. So, as somebody who has no subway but only rail lines, I cannot use this. I could make myself a copy in the editor to use this as a train, or I could use RVT, which would allow me to open this writer up here, and I could take any train. For example, the train we just looked at. Let's find it. Did I scroll over it? Oh, actually, it should be in the bottom because it's a subway. Subway, here it is. For example, if you would want to take this one, we can take it. And you see here, track type. We can quite literally just change this to anything we want. We could change this to train and save this vehicle, or we could make a clone of it, because I believe now we're actually overwriting the vehicle, which in our case is fine. But now it's a train. Now we can use a subway and use it as a train, and you can do the same with any tram and really anything, or you can also change the carriages of something, right? Like if you want to take this Canadian train, but you would like it to have a different carriage here, you can go in and just choose a different one and basically build your own trains. The only thing you can currently not do is change the engine of it, but I hope that's something we will be allowed to do in future as well. And then we can pretty much build any train you want. In my case, I want to remove the pantographs of all of my trains because I don't want electric trains in Los Vagos, but I want horrible diesel trains instead. So I will go ahead and try to delete all of the pantograph versions of everything. And here, bear with me, we will do a lot of like finicky small terraforming to get this terrain to be the most acceptable. And then later on, I will probably have to hide some of these small issues like it is here. But yeah, it's gonna take us a moment. Oh, what I understand is correct. Okay, okay. I'm glad then. I've also wondered now have an absolute wonderful evening and enjoy your bedtime. While StarQ leaves us now, we can speculate together what that could mean. Because StarQ said he's gonna turn RVT into a mod for everything. The question is, what does that mean? Will that allow us to take any vehicle and turn it into a bus as well, or any vehicle and turn it into a road maintenance vehicle, or any what do we expect StarQ to cook up in this? I mean, I probably with how crazy StarQ is with those things. You're joking, but I would say probably even something he would allow you to do. If you should do so, a different question, I guess. But you could do so, absolutely. I mean, playing as a boat also seems amazing. And welcome in, Lishim. Nice to see you. And indeed, Cities, I have not managed to stream in a long time, so I'm excited to finally be blasting some cities again. But we're making some progress. We're building something that your vanilla ass could never build because we're using a lot of assets. Which I still hope one day we can bully Lishi into also using assets. But for now, that does not seem to be a thing. Also, I messed up here, and sadly, I did not elevation lock these things we placed. So we're gonna go right back and rebuild what I just did those. Yeah, all of these, we're working on it. It's still a very, I basically, we started this area in my last stream like 3.5 weeks ago, and I have not really touched it since. I am trying to do my best into turning this into a realistic favela. But I'm not sure how well we're gonna do at it, but I'm trying my best. And enjoy folding your laundry. If you want, you can also go ahead and fold my laundry. I also have a full load of laundry ready and waiting to be folded. So, in case you're interested, feel free to not only fold yours, but also mine. I will guess probably not interested, but worth a try. Which ones? This one? Yes and no, I broke this on purpose. I need to figure out the best solution for this. This is just a temporary solution. We have played around a bit in the last stream. The reason this is showing here is that I quite literally went in and disconnected this road, right? If you look at this here, you see this has no connection because I broke this. I can disappear this right now. If we just reconnect it, it's fine. I want this to be broken. I need to find a more elegant way on how I can break this connection and still allow these vehicles or these houses here to get service properly. But I want this to be a roadblock. I want this to be a rough place. I don't want police to be able to drive through here because there might or might not be some shady business happening in this favela, especially in some of the further places in the back. And I want the police to have to take the long route in here and have this blocked off. How I do that the best way, I have not figured yet. This is probably not a permanent solution. That depends on the track type. It totally depends on the track type. I assume what you mean is that if you take a rail, so you're asking for your own game, acht, I assume, just so I don't misunderstand. If so, we're gonna go ahead and show you how you can do that. We're gonna use the base rail. You mean this, right? The way you can stop this from happening is if you take a single rail and I think a single double rail in the end. Yes, there you go. Single double rail, no more connection issue. That's why you don't see any connection issues in these single rails. Because we're using this track type where they don't complain about it because it does not need a connection. I don't think this is a thing for the double rail that you can fix. I'm not actually certain, but my solution to this, if you have a double rail that you don't want a warning to be there, just take a really short single rail at the end and do this. Yeah, bidirectional, but single bidirectional, because if you take the bidirectional double, you still get it, right? And I'm sure there is other ways to work around this as well. I'm not a rail expert. I will always have to stress that. I very much suck at building rail infrastructure, so in regard of that, I'm probably not the best person to ask. And I will refer you to trainers like Dava instead. Or Maestro probably also is a person who could answer that. Though I'm not even sure, because I do think Maestro is a bit like the typical asset creator. I don't think Maestro plays the game very much. I think Maestro basically plays Blender and the editor. But I don't think he
Okay, it's
plays
happening.
the game
Everybody
so
stay calm.
much.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm.
Heck yeah! Welcome in, Cosmic and gang. Thank you for the raid, and also thank you a lot for the follow. Very nice of you. I'm gonna have to recheck the name so I don't butcher this too bad. Raptor Smitty. I hope I didn't butcher that too bad, but appreciate it. Thanks for the follow and thanks for the raid. What have you been up to today, Cosmic? Have you also been blasting cities, or what has your stream been today? Uh-huh. Now I feel slightly, I still feel honored about the follow, but I also feel slightly afraid, because I think raptors are kinda dangerous. How did I butcher this so bad? I line this up so long to place this correctly, and then I click it down, and the angle is horrible. So we're trying this again. I want to see your spaghetti. I am so shit at road work in this game. It's probably the single thing I'm the worst at in Cities Skylines. So I'm always very impressed by people who are able to build good and nice interchanges. Feel free to please share screenshots once you're done, or if you're streaming the next time, I'm gonna tune in and you have to show it to me. But yeah, I recall that you had some great US inspiration for me as well for interchanges when I asked you about it. So I'm not surprised that you're building amazing ones. Yeah, I mean, I will have to. There is a few topics that are starting to really press on our build. And roadwork is one of them. I will have to rework some big interchanges to fix them up a bit more appropriately. So I will need some proper good inspiration for road and mainly rail. Maybe if I think my Astro is probably busy blendering or doing something in the background, but I have questions to people who are competent rail builders on how I can manage a rail transition the best. Maybe actually, Cosmic, you are in the US and you know how US rail works, kinda. I want to bring a rail down here eventually. How do I do so the best? I have this very slim canyon here. Here I do have enough space to go beside. The question is, would it be more realistic to bring the rail across the road here? Or would it be more realistic to let the rail turn into some kind of aqueduct and go through this, even though there is so many rivers? I'm not entirely sure, but one thing I know is that currently we have our rail go here, all around here, and down here. And then we have one continuing next to the road, and we have one split up down here. And I would like to bring more rail here, one on this side and one probably on this side. And then I want one rail to reach down here and probably bring the rail up here as well along. And I think all of them are pretty straightforward. The area I struggle with the most is here, where to bring the rail through the most realistic way. Obviously, I could also tunnel. I could also do something like bring the rail along here and then use a tunnel to bring it out somewhere down here. I struggle with it because yeah, I never really use much Google Earth. I should use Google Earth much or more than I do. But for example, with rail, I really struggle on Google Earth because I find it very difficult to find interesting rail if you don't know where to look. And I absolutely don't know where to look. All right. I'm sorry, I've been yapping, so I missed it. But thanks for the raid, Cosmic, and have a nice evening. But yeah, Nomis, I know you're a big train enthusiast as well. In case you have any good locations on Google Maps for me to check out, please feel free to send them to me. I find it very difficult to find good places for that, and I'm a bit lost on how to pull that off the most realistic way for the US. All right, have a nice evening, Riza, and thanks for tuning in. And also welcome in, Cuboid, and thank you for the shout outs. I'm so shit at shout outs. That is very appreciated to have some competent mods take the work instead, because I always forget about it. I mean, the general vibe of the city, I guess you can kinda tell, is like Arizona, Utah, kinda rural. Yeah, Phoenix is a big inspiration for a build, so indeed good. But I found it very difficult. I actually looked at rail in Phoenix and I found it very difficult to find good inspiration at that. Because specifically, I would need to find a place that has a fairly tight valley, right? Because again, I think the rail is fairly straightforward in most places. The place or the transition I find the most difficult is how to bring the rail from up here to down here. And I guess most likely either along the highway or through this valley. So places that are somewhat similar to this, because in the open it's not very difficult, but then in areas like this, I just know too little about rail. So for somebody like you, it would probably still be very forward to bring the rail through here. For somebody who knows so little about rail, it's not that straightforward. I wish it would be, but yeah, definitely, definitely not for me. I'm always impressed when I watch people who know a lot about rail and who are actually good at building rail, like Dava or you. If you play a CS1, then yeah, I get very jealous because my rail work is nowhere near as good as what you guys are doing. Think here, I only want to keep this upper level with a balcony, and I think we're going to cover the entire bottom of this up. The question is how we can get this to be a bit more realistic with the hill here. Probably we'll have to move a lot of things back and forth here as well to get this more appropriate. From the front, I like this quite a bit. This is not that nice. But we can also go ahead and use vegetation and boulders later to cover this up a bit. Okay, so you're saying, just so I follow along correctly, you're saying I should follow this highway along here and stay next to it. Do you think I should here, because you see this terrain here, right? Would this be realistic for a tunnel in the US? Because in Europe, I would guess this is tunneled. But then in the US, I could imagine that it's more realistic to go under the highway and travel through the middle here. Obviously, I would get rid of this little terrain here that I don't particularly like anyways. And then I guess go down here and then move out to the side again. Or would I just remove this part because they would landscape this? Or go over the top of it with a bridge. I guess that's probably the most unrealistic out of all solutions. But it's pretty much this part here that I find the most difficult. Because I don't mind if I have to remove a little of the terrain here to bring the train along. That can be fine, but the general plateau here I would definitely like to keep. Okay, so you say tunnel is. I do notice that. I do think tunneling. Obviously, in general, I'm aware how expensive tunneling is and why it gets done fairly little. But then, since Europe generally is so much more dense, I always feel like tunneling is quite a bit more normal for us. Very interesting, because that was my initial approach, where I was thinking I should just bring this in the middle of the motorway. But when I talked about this before on stream and asked people what they think is realistic, the feedback was very obvious that people don't think it's that realistic to bring through the middle. But I do think you know more about trains than the people that told me it's not realistic. So you saying you like that solution gives me some kind of hope. I'm gonna try to look at Phoenix in Google Maps and see if I can find some accurate examples of this. Okay, quite like this, since these are both accessible through that small alley. Now we need to find one that we can use here in the front to cover this up a bit. Yeah, I agree. Train is probably the thing I know the least about with city building. So it's always the area that I find the most frightening as well, especially since there is many people who like cities who are very passionate about trains. So I don't want to disappoint with whatever nonsense solution I come up with. Think here probably we're gonna give this another level, or I think we're probably gonna terraform this a bit here to make parts of this accessible. We're gonna have to try around with that in a moment, but as I see that there is an ad break coming in 30 seconds, and I messed up the last time being a little too slow, I will go ahead and sit you guys inside of the UFO on time this time. As always, I'm just gonna drink something real quick and run to the toilet, so I should be back with your cuties when the ad break is over. But in the meanwhile, I hope you guys are having a nice UFO ride over the city. No, I think I moved this the wrong way. Yeah, I moved it forward instead of backward. There we go. Alright, I'll be back with you cuties real soon and enjoy the break. Hey, I'm back. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Yeah, I do think Nomis, honestly, that's very good and valuable input for me. I do forget about that sometimes, but yes, absolutely, of course, I should try to make it look in a way where the rail was there first and then the motorway is kind of evolving around it, which I struggle with sometimes, obviously, because I have it the other way around here. But then, yeah, realistically, you're obviously perfectly on point and right that this would behave a different way. And the rail would have gone through here first, and then the highway has to follow around it. I think I might give this a shot off stream because I would like to intensify our rail network quite a bit. I've been trying to do so. In fact, we finally have our third proper station, which I don't think I like this station, and we'll probably plop a different one here eventually. But we're getting a lot more train usage because we're now using one here, one station here, and one station back there. But I would like this to not only be a single rail corridor, but actually split it open a bit. In general, I found it, even here, I found this very difficult because initially the rail stopped here. This was the end of it. And then this was my solution to bring the rail over to Los Vagos, to bring it all the way through here. And then here I have to admit, while this looks like it was open, this was not open. This is a man-made opening. The hill pretty much continued here. But I did not like bringing the rail along the highway, along this big interchange here. I found it a bit too chaotic. So this was my solution. How well that solution is, I'm not sure about. So I'm not sure I'll do very great at bringing the rail to where I want it to be in future either. But I'm gonna try my best at least. Here the question again, what I just said earlier, the question is, do we bring all of this down? I do think we just sit a lower level in front of these to bring these flatter onto the ground and make it a bit more full. Here I would like to have a bit of an open plaza with like some market stalls and something like that. But here I want this to be a bit more tight still. So I'm gonna go ahead. I always struggle which one could be suited because as amazing as this pack is, this pack has fairly little single level ones, so we're often reusing higher ones that have an accessible door in the first layer as well. This seems like it could be a good fit for us, and we want to do this instead. This build is probably one that we're gonna build on a long time and probably a bit on and off because it's gonna be so long that I probably don't feel like only building down here. So every once in a while, probably we're gonna dive into some other areas and just forget about this for a moment. Because I don't want to rush this, but I don't only want to slowly do what we're doing here. But I do think that's exactly what this area actually needs. This is not that nice. This I actually quite like, though. Looking at it, it would actually be nicer to have it even more in the front. Maybe we can find a small one to fit in the middle there. But yeah, looking at the bottom, this is how I'd imagine the bottom roughly to look. And then we need something small here in this corner to hide this door. And we need something small here to hide this hole in the middle. The upper level of this actually looks kinda alright. I mean, we could pretend that people enter here, even though it's kinda closed off. Think we can get away with that. So let's try if we take this one and again make a ploppable version of it. Actually, we could use this for this is even better, because then the balcony makes perfect sense, even if it's closed off. I definitely have to move this a little, but I'm gonna just throw it up in there. We don't want it to clip through there. Something like this. Think that actually works pretty well. Sadly, we have Bagnario is not here today, and Riza left already, which are our Brazilian experts that have been very helpful and valuable with this, and also posted some very nice favela inspiration in my Discord. But both not here today, so we somehow have to figure this out by ourselves. I think we can use this. This is small enough. We'll use this pretty close to it already, but to the back. So I don't think it's an issue if we use it here to the front, but I need a small one here to cover this gap. So we're gonna plop it here, obviously. Then it's gonna be placed completely off. Can we manage this to hide this roof here, but still close this open annoying front here? This kind of works. I mean, we definitely want to bring the trail up here anyways, because we want this to be like an opening. And I should change the sun position a bit so we see better what we're doing. I think that's pretty spot on, honestly. Especially if we put an actual pass in here, like we did here already, to make it a bit more obvious what we're trying to do here. I think this will look pretty nice. Yeah, I agree, Nomis. This is a bit tricky. I'm trying to make this somewhat sensible, as you can tell here. For example, in some areas, I went ahead and built some staircases in, so people, for example, can access this door and this area back here fine. But yeah, I also struggle with that. I think Riza and Bagnario both posted a lot of nice favela inspiration in my Discord that helped me a bit to get this better, but is not like I'm not facing the same issue as you. I'm trying to somewhat make this reasonable. How well I'm doing is a different question. Yes, this is actually too flat to properly staircase this. I'm gonna go ahead and try to very carefully flatten this very slightly to get this wood here to show. That's already enough. I am fine with that, but I don't want that to be clipped. And then here, this is that level we want. The question here is if we might want to go in front of these, but I don't hate to have these doors accessible up there, especially since I would like to open it up a little here and have some kind of small plaza slash market. So if we imagine we go along here and put a lot more houses on this hillside, then we have the path through here, which we would have to flatten this a bit better, and then I'd like to build a staircase so we can put a soccer yard up here. And here we're gonna build out a basketball space. Um, yeah, you're not the only one struggling with this, Nomis. I also really struggle with this. It's part of why I said this build is gonna take us forever, because I have no clue what I'm doing or how I'm supposed to do this the best. We are figuring this out together while we're at it, really. Think here we'll need to start filling out this hillside as well to get a bit of a better idea how to match these. Otherwise, I do think this works pretty fine. And since the last save is 1.5 hours ago and my game is still not super stable since the patch, I should go ahead and save. Looking for different nice alternatives that we have not used so much on that side. This one, I guess. Is that the same one as the one we're using there? It isn't, right? Nope, it isn't. I'm sure you have a somewhat similar pack to this in CS1. No, I recall I've seen CS1 favela builds in the past. Because wholeheartedly, I'm very happy about this pack. It's something I always wanted to add into Los Vagos, but never really had the right assets for it in the past. And this pack has a few issues, but generally it's beautiful. Curious. By now I know some of the popular CS1 build series because I've gotten more and more recommendations, and I like watching CS1, but there still is a lot of CS1 builds I'm not familiar with. Is this open enough already for what I play? I think this is open enough. Like this looks fine. All of these houses are accessible fine. We have to do a little terraforming here. But this kind of is what I want. And now we can put some like market stalls and people running and playing around. Maybe we can even move this a tad further back and give it a little more space than what we have now. Think like this is pretty nice. And then here, obviously, we're gonna close all of this up. This we're gonna make accessible somehow. How, I don't really know yet, but we'll find a way. Yeah, even in Cities 2, somebody who now I Dirty Harry, I think is the name. I was gonna say I don't think I can recall the name, but I think it's Dirty Harry, who I've seen CS1 builds of and who's absolutely amazing. I don't think he's playing CS2 anymore, but he did the favela build in CS2 very early when the game came out, and we did not have proper suited assets like this, but he mainly built it with like decals and containers and things like that. Yeah, Dirty H, maybe. I thought it was called Dirty Harry. I'm not sure if I'm making that up. But yes, I believe that's a gentleman. I mean. No, my city always was working, Sunny. I was just I was very busy for a while, and then last weekend I had a lot of time and wanted to stream a lot. But you know how last weekend was regarding cities, so that never happened because the game was broken. But no, my city was always fine. I never really had any issues. Yeah, I seen some of his CS1 content. I was not familiar with him. Sally recommended him to me and told me to check him out, and I went ahead and did so, and I will have to agree, some absolutely amazing stuff he's done in CS1. Oh, the gray boxes was just me troubleshooting something. That was not me actually having an issue, but me loading into the safe with little assets. I did have some problems, but they were not really game related, but specific assets. But yeah, I just didn't really have enough time to stream lately, so that's why I was pretty silent. I hope I'll manage to stream at least a second, maybe even a third time this week. After not having streamed for so long, I very much feel like streaming. And this is a bad fit. We already have the same one there. We don't want to double up that much. Maybe this one. I didn't even pay attention to his channel, but yeah, amazing builds. I agreed. Like when Sally recommended him to me and I checked out his builds at first, I was like, holy wow, goddamn. And even in CS2, he must have had some very great builds, because there is this mod for CS2 called Hall of Fame, which I can only highly recommend everybody checking out. It's a mod that allows you to take screenshots and then upload them, and other people can see those screenshots directly in their main menu while they're loading their game. And he uploaded a favela build there that looked absolutely amazing. Again, purely made from containers and things like that. We now have a lot better assets, so hopefully we can also make it an even nicer build. But especially for the limited possibilities he had, that build was absolutely amazing. Here, I'm not entirely sure how I want to do this, but I would actually like to have that door there accessible and bring a small alley through here. So exactly what you just said, Nomis, is difficult to get these places to be somewhat realistic, so people can actually use the houses. Here, that is going to be a difficult challenge, I believe. Definitely have to move stuff around a lot and terraform. So if we can get these roughly to one level, then obviously here we cannot terraform because this is too close to that building. But we can just take a different building and mash it onto it, and then keep this up here, and then we can fill it up with boulders. But I would also like to keep this open, so we need to make sure. I'm gonna go in and terraform from this side. That was a bit too low. Still too low. That looks appropriate to bring this through, and then we're gonna see from this side what we've done. Think we probably need to build a staircase up here. Not entirely sure. Let's try to find a building that is pretty small and flat that we can put into the backside here, and that leaves this alley open and makes us a small alley up here. Holy shit! That actually, I can only always say so as I stream super unregular and I don't have a schedule. That is a big honor, Sunny. Thank you for watching me so much. Also, maybe rethink your life choices. Maybe you should not watch me so much and do do something more interesting with your life than watching a booty stream. But big honor regardless always is to have you in my chat. Where this is gonna be, not only is this gonna be difficult to move in, this is also gonna be really difficult to. I knew this moment is gonna be coming. The moment when we get more dense with the build is gonna be finicky to hit the right ones. We're actually gonna just do this with transform tool instead. Just because it makes it easier for us to target things. Something like this, and then this small corner here, we can totally get away with building this up with some boulders and props and something like this. I mean, yeah, that happens when when you're watching somebody who doesn't stream much. Because I do mean it. I love streaming and I want to do so more again. But yeah, my last stream I think was like 3.5 weeks ago, so it indeed has been a while. The update last week was wholeheartedly a bit unfortunate timing because in Germany we had a long weekend in the last week, and I was really excited to finally have time to properly stream and play the game again. And then we've gotten the update, and everybody's game was dead for the entire weekend, so that did not happen. And here we're kinda cutting on that door. What can we move this one a bit to the front? Just enough to hide the door. Is this appropriate? This kinda looks appropriate. Obviously, we'll have to terraform a bit and pass this up later, but I'm just trying to hit the vibe right. I do think otherwise is really nice because you have these small alleys, you have these small pass-throughs here. Whoopsala, I cannot control the camera properly. But yes, then you even have this small pass-through here, if the camera lets us through there. Please. Heck yeah, I did it. And can get up here. They're curious. I actually, I mean, I think the last patches were all generally pretty flawless. This time there was clearly a bug, right? And I also think they fixed the bug in a very acceptable time frame. So I'm not trying to complain or anything, but it was just a bit unfortunate with my personal timing at the moment when the game actually broke. But I guess you in CS1, especially lately, actually have the worst time with it because it's been a long while since CS1 had its last patch, and I think still some people are struggling. Yeah. That's what I recall. I was talking or watching Chris one of the last days, real quick, and Chris had something really crazy. I'm sure you heard already as well, because you're CS1 buddies. But he apparently had something happen where all of his like props and random things moved into new random positions in his build, which horrible, especially if you have such a long ongoing build. That must be a big bummer, especially if you don't understand why it happened. Oh, so you're still not. I actually was wondering, you're also still in a position where you can't properly play yet. I am. I actually was wondering about that because even in CS2, and CS2 is so much younger still, some abandoned mods are coming or starting to become a bit of a problem. But then, yeah, for you CS1 guys, especially since that was the first patch that broke stuff in forever for you guys, that must have been really, really rough. And I guess probably quite a few mods that are not developed anymore or updated. Not sure. Maybe also everybody is still playing, but I wouldn't be surprised at least if there would be quite a bit of like abandoned mods where the mod maker is not really active in the community anymore. Fine enough. How I'm eventually gonna finish this to look not like ass from the back, but not sure. And that is really cool news. Thank you, Maestro. As always, Maestro is so in tune with everybody in the Cities modding Discord that whenever I need something of the Cities modding Discord, Maestro is the best guy to take care of it. So appreciate it, cutie. Thanks, mate. I believe it's really only the V. I think there is a few other weird issues where they're not all in the same tab, and some of them are missing. Yeah, some of them are missing screenshots and something like that. And I think some is in a wrong tab and not in this one. I don't mind. None of that is a problem for me. I quite literally only want the W to look the same way as the other letters. So if he updates this, I'll be very happy. So thank you for asking. I do think this site is pretty spot on already. I don't want this to be super high everywhere. This side, I still want to become a bit higher, only here. This start, I actually think I want to leave quite flat. And then I want it to go further up the hill towards here and probably build out the area around this soccer place or soccer court we put up there. I always look at everything so much, which may be a bit annoying for you guys, but it's because I want to make sure that I don't double up the same buildings right next to each other. So always have to double check a bit what we used were already. And welcome in, Phil. Nice to see you, mate. How are you doing on this wonderful evening? Probably not doing great if you're watching somebody like me having this much issues building a favela. But bear with me. Eventually, I hope we can turn this somewhat cute. If I can, I'm not sure either. We will find out find out together during the next streams. Also good. I'm very happy as I've streamed incredibly little lately, so I'm very happy that today I finally managed to stream a bit. And I hope I can keep up streaming a bit more during the next week as well. And in general, I think Cities is in a yes, there still is a lot of things that they need to work on and tackle on. But I'm pretty happy with the state of cities since this patch my game runs a lot smoother and better again. And I also think PDX mods is finally seeing a lot more good assets for CS2 as more people are familiar with the asset pipeline and the workflows and things like that. So by now, I am very positively surprised how many good things there are coming onto the workshop. There also still is a lot of things that were missing, and then I will never get enough in a game like this. But I'm quite happy lately. Beside them stealing my long weekend where I had time to stream and then they broke the game, but whatever happens. Yeah, custom networks is one of our biggest custom networks and also custom net lanes. Like not only networks, but more net lanes, like fences and walls and all of that. In all fairness, the reason that is not much of a thing yet is because the documentation for most of that is still missing. So people are just not familiar with how they can do so. But generally, it seems like since Ice Flakes, they realized how important the documentation is for people making proper assets, and it seems like they're trying to get more and more of the documentation out there to allow us to tackle more things. Yeah, finally, I know, Jelly, you complained a long time and you complained reasonable that I don't have my good Discord emotes on Twitch, but I finally managed to add them. I've been very seriously considering doing something, and I think probably you would be a big fan of it. I I am thinking of hosting my very first cities competition. I'm not gonna be like everybody else and make a build competition. I am way too small and unpopular for that, so nobody would take part in my competition. I would make a different kind of competition. As I'm a poor person, there only is a single winner, and the single winner can choose any DLC of cities they want, and I can buy it for them. So it's not an amazing price, but it's also not that much work to enter. Because what I would like to do is make a competition for the best cities emote, meaning all of you cuties would have to take screenshots of very funny looking or weird looking people in cities, and whoever wins gets a free DLC, and I get a lot of nice new emotes. So it's a small price. I'm poor, I'm sorry, but it is something. And I do think I'm probably gonna do something like that soon, because I do think there is so much meme potential in those amazing and horrible looking CS2 sims that it would. If the winner has all DLCs, time is not running away. It's cities, we will get more and more DLCs in future. Then that person just has to wait till we get the next DLC and then they can get that. Would that be fair, or would you say that is still not fine, Cuboid? Actually interested, because I don't know much about giveaways or Twitch or anything like that. But yeah, it wouldn't be like, oh, if you have everything, then tough luck, you don't get shit. No, I would just Just wait and see when there is something you like, and then can be that. I would only limit it to cities, because the cities DLCs are generally quite cheap, and I'm quite poor, so that seems like a fair deal. Yeah, I mean, I guess by now there is quite a lot of EA people that maybe don't need any DLC because they will get them anyways, but I don't know. Then I'm sure we can find a different solution for what that person would like. And you are indeed a very cool player. Hot, I don't know, as I've never seen a picture of our beautiful cuboid. I will assume beautiful, but who knows? As knowing how much you and Cuboid love each other, I am fairly sure Cuboid will not like that suggestion. If Cuboid wins, then you have to buy the DLC. I think that's a deal Cuboid would like,
I
and one
wish
that
we
he would
had a
consider
cactus.
fair. Not sure if you would consider that fair, but is that my problem? I don't
Bye,
know.
have a great time.
I wish we had a cactus.
No sound
Place
spam.
an electricity box.
I will place an electricity
If I
box.
have
You
to
can get
listen to
that.
this bloody narrator say
But
the same thing one more time, I'm just gonna quit and go
I
play
showed it a
Cities.
thousand
Place an
times.
electricity box.
We have so many
Bola
beautiful
time.
cactuses.
Oh, that's cute.
Nobody ever needs to be
If I
upset
have to
about
listen to this bloody narrator say
loss
the
of
same thing one
cactus
more time,
anymore.
I'm just gonna quit and go play Cities.
That's what she said.
16 times the
See,
detail.
I would need a limit for somebody to play all sounds at once. But then I'm so shit at Twitch, I have no idea how to do something like that. So I will just have to live with you being able to bully me, I guess. Maybe I will do some research eventually and I'll figure out how, but I doubt I will. And you get your electricity boxes. In fact, I need more redeems like that for props that I always forget placing. Because I always forget placing electricity boxes, and I know it's just electricity boxes. They add so much, at least in my opinion. It makes everything look better right away. So please keep redeeming electricity box. Yeah, I don't think any of my mods is gonna be on my side. Like none of my normal mods can stand me, and then the mega mod in my channel is my dear girlfriend. And I'm not saying her love language is bullying, but her love language might be bullying. So I don't think I can expect any defense from my moderators. I wish I could. I mean, see, the true opinion or the true response to this would be I agree, she indeed is very cool. But then, since she might be listening and my love language also is bullying, I will have to disagree and will say that woman absolutely is not cool, never has been. The coolest thing about my girlfriend is her boyfriend. I'm gonna say as much. If she's here, she will probably respond in a moment and harshly disagree with what I just said. But I will just hope that she either fell asleep or something like that. I mean, I was hoping that's me, but maybe she has other boyfriends as well. Who knows? Things can happen. Some people are like that, I guess. But I was hoping it's me. I know hard to believe that I can be cool, and I guess the only person who has ever called me cool is, well, I probably there is two people. I know I've called myself cool in the past, so that's already one pretty impressive, I think. And then I think on a good day, my mom would also consider me cool. So that's two people already. Now, what are you gonna say against that? Not much, probably. Though I guess with my mom, it depends on the day. I'm sure in some days she would also say I'm not very cool. Please. Okay, there we go. Finally, I was gonna start screaming and say I cannot manage to touch the right things. I will call my mom and inquire about that. And I have a feeling about her response. My mom will probably say, "Who the fuck is Jelly? And what is that person saying? And what is going on?" See, if I tell my mom, "Hey mom, I'm calling and I'm on stream," my mom will be like, "Stream? What the fuck is stream?" And I tell her, "Oh, I'm on Twitch," and then she will say, "What the fuck is a Twitch?" So I don't think that is gonna be very helpful. Yeah, quite literally. If I tell my mom I'm streaming on Twitch right now, she will look exactly like that emote is looking. So you are onto something. I fear there might be a little problem in generational understanding in this regard. Sure, Gaga. My mom would absolutely speak to me in English because we're both German. And then she would probably also say, "Fuck, you've gotten it. Always take me literal."
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah, get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Great success.
You know what? It's not yet time for rocks. First things first, we're in the US, so we hate the environment. So we're gonna make sure to delete all of the bicycle nonsense. People doing something for the environment in Los Vagos, get the hell out. That's not something we're doing here. If you ride a bike, you will
I
fear
am the owner
consequences.
here.
Which one? Which street? You can claim that, but you need to tell me which street. Oh, I guess I shouldn't turn this on because then you can't see it anymore. Also appreciated for the Tangium. That's a very rare thing in my stream to happen. So exciting. I always had Tangias, but I'm also a small streamer and I don't ever talk about it or advertise it, so it does not really get any usage on my channel. I'm not gonna say most of my viewers seem to be just as poor as me, but I think so. Yeah, maybe we have to unmod Jelly and mod Phil instead. Because as I've said in the past, this absolutely is a pay-to-win community. Money speaks. So I'm gonna say I'm absolutely open to corruption, both inside and outside of the game. I mean, generally, I'd say this is mod abuse, and mod abuse is not okay. But then I think mod abuse is pretty much exactly what I stand for and what my community stands for. So I'm probably not the right person to criticize what is happening right there. Sure, sure. How do I manage to keep these flattened now? This is already too high. I want to be closer to the hillside here without this looking completely off. I think this is going to be very difficult because this is the highest we're going to be so far. I mean, I'm sorry, Phil, but I guess this is just how it is done here. The only mod who is not abusing his powers out of all of my moderators is Seribot, which also coincidentally is the only mod who is competent in my chat. So not saying it's my favorite mod, else I get in trouble with my miss, but Seribot might be my favorite moderator. Might be. I'm not gonna say anything more without my lawyer, or else I'll probably get in trouble. Yeah, see, he's even fighting back. Wow, look, how sad you made him. Unacceptable. Honestly, I think this kinda works. Obviously, we need to cover up this gigantic pile of ass here. And no, I'm not talking about myself, even though I'm a gigantic pile of ass as well. But I mean this. I mean, to be honest, Cuboid, you're the only. Well, I guess Jelly has in the past maybe once or twice as well, but you're the most reliable moderator on my channel regarding shout outs. So I would probably notice. Always very appreciated when you shout out people while I forget about it again. You are proving you are a great moderator right there. Amazing shout out. Cuboid, I cannot say any more to this, else I might be in trouble, but I'm gonna say as much as maybe you're onto something. I mean, can I really complain though? I'm probably also the worst streamer on Twitch, so I will say as much. My moderators are just trying to fit my channel, and no blame is on them. It's all on me, of course. I don't like this. We're gonna keep the building because I think we can reuse it for a higher level, maybe. But this is not the fit we want. Yes, Data Knase actually deserves shout out because I've been talking about Data Knase pretty much most of my recent streams. Cause he is still pretty new to streaming Cities Skylines, and he is one of the few people that I clicked in from the random session where I very much enjoyed their build. Great builder, very high amount of detail and love, so exactly the kind of play style we stand for here. So proper good shout out. I agree with that one. Sadly, Booty Addict is not a thing anymore. Whoever that person was, that person has been killed by Twitch. No more, will never come back. Heck yeah, I have a good idea. If we can make this a thing, I want to have a staircase leading up this staircase or up here, but this has an opening. So how about we take this and actually go right in here through the middle, and then obviously we'll have to terraform a bit. But we actually let people walk through there and make it a bit more full and clustered. And obviously we have to lower the ground here a bit so people can still walk through this properly. But visually, I think I like this. Because look, the vibe, we're the weeks away from this looking as cute as I wanted. I forgot to make your street. I'm been yapping so much that I forgot about everything else. Where do you want your street? I owe you a street. I'm literally gonna scroll up to find the name so I don't have to type it myself and just copy paste it. I have missed this forever. Do I have to scroll this long? Okay, there we go. I actually scrolled across it.
Bye, have a great time.
Oh, well, I was busy seeing scrolling up, so I could not see the message in the meanwhile. Don't leave. I understand you're angry because I'm a horrible streamer. But before you leave, you need to tell me first which street you wanted. Anywhere you want. That's not a thing. You have to choose. I'm not your dad. I don't make decisions for you. On the left. Okay, this is left. The other left. Okay, this left. This? That was a great description. Could have not went any better. I'm sure you would be a great navigator for anybody driving a car.
Bye, have a great time.
That could have not been described any better. And have an absolutely wonderful good night, Gaga. Sweet dreams. And as always, love your cactus. Can't wait for this to actually be out. Well, horrible. I guess maybe I'm first then, because for once I streamed at an appropriate time and didn't start streaming way too late. So I think I'm probably gonna head to bed a bit earlier than usually today. But I want to make a bit more progress here. I want to at least get this hillside in a little. Damn it. Sunny, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can listen to you today. I like listening to Sunny, but I'm not sure if today is a day I will listen. The only person who always gets me to stream a bit longer than I mean to is Amy. Because Amy always asks so nice if I stream for another 5 minutes. And then I cannot bring it out in my heart to say no. So generally I stream 5 more minutes. But I cannot allow this to everybody else. I'm gonna stream forever. Alrighty, thanks for tuning in, Urban, and likewise to you. Hope I could help you with the railway thingies, but again, probably better ask Dava or somebody who actually is competent at railway stuff and not me. But I hope what I showed you works. But yes, have a nice night and thanks for tuning in. We're probably gonna have to overcorrect this a bit, but I'm gonna go in here and just fix this up a bit too harsh for now. Same on this corner. Maybe we can actually turn this into some kind of our first stadium in the city, because all of the stadiums are actually way too tall for what we're doing. Really, I missed that question. Please don't let me scroll up again. What did I miss again? What do you mean? Are only one allowed billing in your city, or how does it? I don't follow. Oh, you mean if you can only redeem a single place? No, absolutely not. It's quite the opposite. You can pretty much buy out my entire build. So no limits. If you wanna own anything, just redeem and claim whatever you want. If it's not been claimed already, it's yours immediately. Damir owns all water supply. It's a really like I'm having problems, and every time Damir comes in, I'm embarrassed because I've not built more water towers. But yes, Damir has been working really hard on controlling all of our water since we're in the middle of the desert and water is pretty important. Surely not to blackmail me in future. Could not imagine that. But yes, the only water tower that Amir does not own in my entire city is owned by Gaga. Because as soon as he realized that I'm in a situation where I'm about to get blackmailed, he obviously immediately decided I want to be part of that blackmailing. So Gaga claimed this tower here, and you guys know that. Why is this woman flying? Mia, stop flying. You're not supposed to fly. But yes, Gaga immediately decided, as the owner of the scooter gang, he will claim this tower and control part of my water. And I guess while we see these flying ladies here, we should go ahead and actually fix this up I don't know what happened here. Something must have happened to our terrain here. Just loads of things are slightly flying. We are not going to be stopped by that. We're just going to fix this up real quick. Yeah, it indeed is a great water wars. Now, I don't think it's in my favor. I feel like it puts me in a rough spot for the future. But what can we do? I have very bad news for you, Data Knazo.
That's cute.
You know the most horrific and scary moderator on my channel, who is might or might not be my girlfriend. And maybe that person immediately decided that she is the biggest dictator in town. And as soon as I declared I will buy a prison in future, maybe I had to promise to a certain person that I will make sure that they will be the first to be able to buy it, to forcing their position as biggest dictator in the city. So I fear the prison is a popular target. And unless you want to take the same duties as my poor girlfriend and start sleeping with me in real life, then I think I might have to give her the win on this. I mean, see, Cuboid and me are having a hot and loving relationship in real life, so it's gonna be difficult to compete with that. It's true, Cuboid has confirmed it himself, so not saying things happen, but things might happen. Alright, no more weird flying things in this area. No idea how that happened. Now we can go back and place Gaga's. I don't know why I find it slightly sexist, but when I started making Gaga's band, he insisted that his gang members are sparsely dressed women with scooters. Kinda sexist, if you ask me. But I'm not the gang leader. I have nothing to say here. So if there's any complaints about the amount of little closed ladies in this area, please direct all complaints towards Gaga, who's the cause of this. All right, there we go. Now it's back. But yes, you can claim everything. In fact, the one thing that you can always claim, because I said unless it's taken and then you can't have it, that is only true for roads and properties. There is a reason that the redeem is so cheap for the entire district, because districts you cannot claim permanently. You are always invited to go in and steal people's district. Also, I'm not gonna call myself gay, but I might have built a penis here on accident. Probably because I was thinking about it. Happens to the best of us, but is a very ugly genital if you look at it closer. And the bad news about this, it was not even on purpose. I guess some things just happen unconscious. If you wish for things, then stuff can happen. I would argue that's a pretty good point, and probably not. I mean, to be honest, I have obviously never done so on purpose. But then you guys know that there is UFOs and weird things happening in Las Vegas. One of the things I still not understand to this day is what happened here. But I think it's the aliens who must have drawn their rocket ship or something. I don't know. I've been trying to find out what happened there. I clearly am innocent and have nothing to do with it, but I think it's a good looking rocket ship. The question is, how can we patch up this backside here? Because whatever I tried so far does not look great. In fact, we'll remove this one and put it somewhere else. We need a good building here, and one that's actually a bit bigger. I'm streaming and my computer is so bad that I don't want to click the link and open my browser and lag out my stream. But please somebody click the link and tell me that's an actual streamer. I'm sure it's the internet. I am sure somebody actually is streaming under that link. If not, that's a big disappointment for the internet. And somebody should absolutely claim that nickname right away. Terrible. Does not exist. That does not make me proud. I'm gonna say as much. I expected more of the internet. Why claim? Just rename your channel. It would be a more fitting nickname anyways. See? Finally somebody who knows about spaceships and analyze the situation absolutely correctly. Welcome in, Baganario. And I think you're right. I think that is exactly what it is, and you're onto something. See, this building is big enough, but we don't want to clip through here. What if we just use this side to the front? Because, yeah, Baganario, I've not streamed in a long time, so we're still at our favela. And you can still see I'm struggling with this, trying to build a favela that is somewhat realistic. Am I doing a great job at it? Absolutely not. Am I trying to do a good job? Totally. But I don't know. Life is difficult for me. It's not that easy. I mean, I think the vibe in general is getting there a bit further. Look, Baganario, we can actually, first things first, I'm gonna save again. Because my game is less stable lately and I should save once an hour. But I'm trying to do exactly what you just said and have many small passes through the back that we'll detail out later. Also, welcome in Grey Noise. Nice to see you, Q-Team. But yes, this is the part we started the last time. And we have this small alley here through the back, and I actually think from this alley is pretty nice. So you can move through here and then ignore the flying building that I'm gonna have to fix up. But then we have places like this where you can go up here and assess the area a bit more. And here we have another place. I need to build more of these in future where we can move up. If I can manage to move the camera correctly and have some entrances like this. And here I'm planning to build a bit of a like open area. It's still kinda cramped, but I want to put some market stands in here. And then here we're planning to continue the build up here where people can walk through this. And eventually here we'll build a staircase. And then people reach this soccer court here. Where I actually think the further or the more I think about this, I think we probably gonna surround all of this soccer court with buildings as well. So it's literally like filled in the middle in between favela buildings. But yes, that's the side we've been working on. Yeah, I mean, you gave us a lot of, or you and Rezara both posted a lot of nice favela inspiration in my Discord. Elgando also posted some nice favela inspiration. And part of the takeaway was I need more sport inside of it. And I guess mainly basketball and soccer. Probably soccer even more, but it's difficult. That's so cute and wholesome of you. I appreciate the nice words and that you are so kind and nice today as you always are. I wish you a beautiful night. I'm not petty and mean like you are, so sleep tight. But yes, thanks for tuning in as always and have a nice night. Yeah, barbecue parties, I agree. That's something once I've worked out the area a bit better, we can dive into a bit more. For now, I still really struggle with placing all of these houses somewhat appropriate. So I'm trying, but yeah, good input. And I want a secret base on my map, but probably gonna be quite a bit in the future because I'm such a slow builder that just building out this area here that we started is gonna take us a long time. So sure, but a long way into the future. And Gray, I'm curious, as you arrive here as well, I've been asking one question a lot, especially in the start of the stream today, and it's how people feel about the performance of the new patch. Because I hear very different things. My performance has gotten way better. My game runs way better. It's all a bit smoother. I heard people who say the opposite. I heard some people who agree with me. But curious which camp you are in. Hmm. I like the sound of that. I actually heard so many people with NVIDIA driver issues lately. And I would like to switch from Team Red to Team Green. But yeah, it seems like their drivers have not been very solid lately. For me, it's always been curious because I know that there's been so many people who always complain so much about AMD drivers and say they had so many issues with the AMD drivers. And I never had any issues. I would like a NVIDIA GPU because generally, especially for productive things, they're a lot better. But driver-wise, I never had any problems with AMD. But I know that there is a lot of people who are not a fan of AMD drivers. I have a when did your save broke? Baganario, did it break with the patch? Because there's two things right now that I'm aware that could break saves. So maybe one of them is the case for you. One thing that happened is you guys all know StarQ. I talk a lot about StarQ, one of my favorite people in the community and an absolutely amazing modder. But as everybody can happen, StarQ had a bit of a mishappening with one of his mods. And if you used Asset Prefect Fixer, I think the mod is called, from StarQ in the last 2 days, and you have solar parking in your save, then probably it's that. It is fixable. StarQ has pushed an update where he explains exactly how you can recover your saves, but it seems like solar parking and his mod used to cause some issues for a few people. Interesting data, Knase, because you have a pretty good computer, no? And the other one Baganario that could have happened, that I actually had happened to myself, is that in some assets, for example these, it's a problem for any asset that consists of multiple meshes. So if you have a mesh like this, for example, because this is an asset built of multiple meshes, and you use recolor on this, and not a vanilla recolor, but actual recolor, you will break your save. You cannot load back into it anymore. This is not the asset here is not at fault. It's a recolor issue, and it's only a recolor issue for assets with multiple different submeshes, but that can also corrupt your save. Those two are the only things that I'm currently aware of that should be able to break your save. Yes, try it. Be aware that if you load your game without recolor and you save it afterwards, you lose all recoloring in your entire save. So probably you don't want to do that. But Yen is working on a version of recolor that will fix this in future. So with one of the next versions of recolor, if it's the cause, you should be able to get back into your save. And to find out if recolor is to blame, just disable recolor, open your save, and if it works, then you know with the next recolor update, your save will be fixed, or you can re-roll to before it broke something or that. So that's something you could try. Yes. Have you tried to load into your save on safe mode already? Because often that also saves it. For the recolor issue, that actually does not save it. If you have the recolor issue, even safe mode will crash your save. So if you say you tried safe mode already and you still crashed, that makes me think even more that it might be recolor. Again, Yen is aware and working on a fix, and I'm sure we'll get so sometime soon. Or if you recolor very little in your build, you can also just remove recolor and live with losing some of the things you recolored already. If you recolor a lot of things in your game, then probably you don't want to lose all of that. Yeah. That all sounds very similar to the recolor issue I had. So I'm not saying that is it, but I'm tempted to say that at least might be it. Really easy to check. Again, just open your game without recolor, and if it loads and does not die, then you know where the cause is and just need to be patient and it will fix itself. Yeah, no worries. Always glad to help. I know it sucks to lose a save, so if we can help each other out in the community to not lose our saves, then we always should. Because I feel it when you say, oh, you overmod your game so much, you cannot really expect a long-lasting save. And in all honesty, if Los Vagos dies, I would also not be totally surprised. And I would be fine with it, but I would also be a bit sad and buttered, at least for a few days. And then I would move on and be fine with it. Yeah, maybe. My playset actually is very full as well. I am close to 600 mods by now. But I don't use many code mods. I mainly use assets, and in general with stuff I use, I am only experimental with things where I know that they can't really break my game, else I am a late adopter with like new code mods and something like that. I generally like to wait a bit longer. I actually think this will be very nice if we surround this entire soccer court, if we like put an entire area of houses around it. I'll have to manage to fade this out quite naturally because I don't want to go all the way to the back here. So I want this to kind of be the end of it. So we want to make sure that we use fairly low buildings. So it's not such an abrupt ending up here. I mean, I know in regards of mods and all of that, I know people shit a lot on cities, and in some aspect also reasonable. I'm not gonna defend a game in anything, but one of the things I always have to say is that the game is a lot more heavy in taking like shit mods and shit assets than people make it. You can load absolutely horrible optimized assets into your game, and even quite a few of them, and the game will not bat an eye. If you do that on a really big scale, yes, eventually it will struggle, but I'm actually pretty like positively surprised by how well Cities deals with some really not well optimized assets. Like especially with many of the earlier assets that we've gotten uploaded, there is so many of them that don't use LODs or are really bad optimized, and again, most of them work fairly flawless. You should be aware of it, so in case your game starts lagging, you know what you might want to remove or question, but otherwise it's good. We used that one already, so not a good choice. Did we use this one up there? I don't think so. Yeah, okay. Now I understand what you're saying, because Baganari, we don't talk about my streaming data folder. My streaming data folder cannot be mentioned. There is so much outdated, horrible garbage in there that I will agree. I just accepted by now that I will never probably clean that folder up anymore. Eventually, when we finish Los Vagos, I will just delete that entire folder and make a new playset and start fresh. But as long as we play Los Vagos, my streaming data folder will be an absolute horror. And I've came to accept that by now. It's just unrealistic to think that I would go back and fix up all of that. In my case, it's also because I do have a lot of like custom adjusted things in my streaming data folder that are not the same as what's uploaded, or quite a few of the things I'm using are also not uploaded at all. So I quite literally cannot clean it up, even if I'd like to. I mean, still really far from being finished, and it's a bit difficult because the rest of the area is so unfinished that it's a bit weird to judge how this could look eventually. But I think the vibe is starting to get at least towards where I want it to be. Oh, and Bagnario, since I've showed this to people before, I'm gonna give you, because I'm gonna stop streaming sometime soon, probably before the next ad break, to save you guys from another ad break. I'll probably end up just bouncing. But I made a first proper import of the assets I've been working on for a while. They are not perfectly set up here, and I need to go in and actually set all of this up on the editor. But it's a first feeling of the assets and how they will look later. This is the McDonald's, which I think the nicest part of this is missing, because all of these neon pipes you see here, all of these will actually be emissive later and light up, and a lot of this is also somewhat modular. So a lot of these is extensions. So I want people to be able to like change the assets a little. Like something like this, all of this is like separate measures and will be done from upgrades. This is the actual main building without all of the extensions, and then all of this is the extensions. And I know that we have a lot of fast food stuff already, but I think a lot of it is very modern and clean and gigantic. So I am looking forward to finally getting all of these into the game. I've been really slow with these, as I generally lately didn't get to do so much. But yes, it's these fours: a Taco Bell, a Pizza Hut, a White Castle, and a McDonald's. And then the Pizza Hut also gets this like cute small mini express location, which I think this is one of the things I will use the most, because I really like small assets, and this will be able to fit in a 1x1. Yeah, of course. All of these, it's a bit. I don't know. I don't usually talk too much about my real life, but all of these for me have a bit of a nostalgic value, because one of the things I told on stream a bit in the past is that I both lived for a little in the US, as well as I used to travel quite a bit in the US, especially when I was smaller. And as every silly kid is, as a kid, I loved fast food and I wanted to go to McDonald's and eat a Happy Meal and stuff like that. But my parents are absolute fast food haters. So getting them to go to anything was really difficult. There is only two fast food businesses my mom always tolerated. One of them is Taco Bell, and one of them is Pizza Hut. And I was probably in the States when these were the standard versions. So these two especially have very big sentimental value for me. White Castle also does, but I've never even eaten at White Castle. I have no idea how their food is. But I know that I love their buildings as a kid because they look like a castle, and I found that very cool, of course. And this McDonald's was just because I found this while researching the places, and I love the way it looks. So I really felt like I have to do it as well. But yeah, no sentimental value about this. Yeah, curious. Actually, you have Taco Bell. I'm jealous. We don't have Taco Bell in Germany. And I know Taco Bell is not great food, and it's definitely not Mexican food, but I like it. I don't know why, but I do think it's very tasty. It's not Mexican food, I know, and I'm not saying it's good food, but it's like nostalgic, feel good food for me. And about this McDonald's, this is actually so cool to me because this is in service. This is an actual building. I modeled this off of Google Maps. I could not believe my eyes when I found this, but this is currently in service still nowadays. This is an existing building in the United States, and it actually is a McDonald's that currently is still in service. So really, really cool. If you're interested in it and you remind me in my Discord, I can gladly send you the Google Maps link of this, because then you will appreciate it even more, because wholeheartedly, it's so cool that this is still in service. I could not believe it. I don't think that is that a thing outside of Sweden. I don't think I've ever heard about that. Why is it terraforming doing? Okay. I was gonna say why is this doing what it's doing, but it's my bad because we put a parking lot here. Now that looks a bit better. Yeah, curious. I mean, I don't think it's very difficult to make better food than any of the big existing fast food franchises. So, yeah, absolutely. Makes sense that if somebody tries to compete with them, that they're probably successful. Especially McDonald's. I can never believe. Like, I've never been a fan of McDonald's, and I like never really go. But I've been at a McDonald's like half a year ago or something, and goddamn, it's actually expensive. Like, you can. It's not like you can eat super cheap at McDonald's anymore. At that point, you can just go get a proper burger at a proper burger place instead. Maybe that's just me. Maybe people would disagree, but at least in Germany, the prices are like competitive to most other burger restaurants nowadays. So I don't really see the appeal. I've never really seen the appeal, but in the past it at least was cheap. I guess the biggest appeal in McDonald's was that it has open all the time, and even when you're out late and on the way home, but still wanna snack something, that you could rely on McDonald's, but otherwise I never really digged it. Beside the milkshake, I have to admit I'm a sucker for McDonald's milkshake. See, I've eaten so little at McDonald's in my life, I couldn't even tell you exactly how a Big Mac tastes, even though it's like the most popular McDonald's burger. Damn it, we're already using that one here. I do think that building is very pretty though, so I wanna try use it here maybe. Nah, this side is really bad. Need something to close this off a bit. Here I will probably have to like move around buildings a shitload when we place more of them, because this is gonna be really difficult to close off appropriately. Are you being sarcastic or are you being serious? I will believe it because it's been a long time, but I guess the last coffee I had at McDonald's was like 15 years ago, and I can tell you that coffee was like piss back then, which is fair. There is many years in between. Probably they managed to change something, but in the past at least, McDonald's had absolutely horrific coffee. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna have to revisit then, because yeah, I just know that in the past when I tried it, it was like, yeah, not great. Oh, actually, this would be such a good fit if we can manage to not clip the roof there. Here we can just slice in another one. I think this will work very solid, because here we can terraform this. Maybe not even terraform, but yeah, maybe we can even make a staircase here. Not entirely sure. This is gonna be very difficult for me to work out. And I will have to admit, this is probably the longest stream I have ever done, or one of my longer streams at least. Looking at the clock, I would have imagined it to be an hour earlier than it actually is. So I do think I'm pretty close to also hitting the bed. Not yet, but soon. Elgando, you were one of the very helpful favela people, and I know
Bye,
you
have a
were
great
not
time.
here. No, don't leave yet. Okay, maybe leave because you need to go home and you're done working. But I was gonna ask you otherwise how you think if we progress from that last time, and if you think this is an appropriate try at the favela. But get home well and enjoy your banana. Bye bye, and thanks for tuning in. I actually think from this angle it's starting to look really nice. What is a bit unfortunate is that the LODs actually kick in on this distance already when we're seeing some of the far meshes. So need to position the camera appropriately. But if we detail this area out otherwise, I do think no, kinda difficult to be honest. It's one of the things where I'm struggling with a bit because this is gonna be obviously a bit of a style crash, right? Because we're not in Brazil. A favela does not really belong into my build. I wanted to build a favela anyways, but not really. I want this lower part here to still be very goddamn camera. I want this lower part here to still be very rural and USy. And I want this entire area here to become like an industrial rail depot area. This entire area across here is really difficult for me, and I'm not sure yet how I'll do this well. I think probably this is not here for no reason. I think probably I want some rundown, kinda abandoned industry. But yes, it's gonna be a bit difficult because nothing in our build is really gonna fit this style super well. And I wanna try to make it that this is not totally out of place as well as I can, but only to some degree, right? Because realistically, obviously, this is completely out of place and makes no sense in my build. It's one of the reasons why I really wanted this to be like in the hillside here. Because obviously, realistically, this cut is going to be a bit harsh and there should be some more favelas here on the other side. But I don't want this area to be too spread. So probably I'm going to do a very little low-res favela and an abandoned industry. And then to this side, we'll build a prison eventually. But yeah, no, it's going to be difficult. This entire area is still very much unclear. I also don't know how I want this. This is a bit too urban already. I want this to be a bit of a town center and feeling like a second small town along this station. But I don't want the contrast between this and this to be as heavy, so I'll need to play around with this entire area quite a bit. You mean this deep ridge? Honestly, super gladly. Like your favela inspiration in my Discord was amazing that last time. If you have any good ideas, please shoot. For now, I'm not really sure how I transition this well, and I'm not sure how great of a job I'm gonna do. Oh, you mean here in the top there, you mean this ridge, so you want it a bit higher? Yeah, probably. I agree. I want this to like clearly only be accessible from the front. I think what always does a lot as well is none of the surroundings here of any detailing, right? And I think if you look at an area like this, it's very obvious that alone, like some fading in vegetation and rocks and surfaces in the area will do a lot of heavy lifting for it to look more in place. Right now, this is completely naked just in the hillside, so it's not doing it any favor. But yeah, I actually think your suggestion is quite nice to maybe raise the hill a little in this backside here. For now, I'm probably just going to keep working out the shape of this favela to have a better idea of the size. But I think we're pretty close. Like this entire side here, I think is going to towards the right direction. I think here I want it to be higher and work like along this hillside and then close it off here. Yeah, that's gonna be difficult, and is one of the reasons why I say this area is gonna take us forever. Because a big part in my build is always that I don't really build off Google Maps. So while I'm already a slow detailer, a lot of the time I put in is not even detailing, but it's just trying to figure out how I want an area to feel like and how it should come across. Yeah. I mean, you actually make a very good point because it's one of my biggest worries about this favela is how I will manage to frame this in a way where it at least pretends to be kinda realistic. I'll try around with that a bit. There is so many different things I want to tackle in the build right now that I'm struggling to focus too long on the same thing. Probably we should also start to already detail out like one of the closer areas here in the front, so we get a bit better idea of the style that we're diving into. But I do think with a look on the clock, it's nearly hitting midnight here, and I said I'm not gonna stream very long today. I do think I will jump on Twitch and have a look at who else is streaming Cities and raid you guys out. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna send you guys on a last UFO tour, and then I'm gonna check out Twitch real quick. And yeah, I'm glad you like it, Baganario. In fact, again, I do mean it. Like, your favela inspiration has definitely helped to give me a bit better idea of what I'm after. The last time when we started the favela, I was a bit more lost and didn't really know where I want to get with this in the end. Yeah, thanks a ton. Appreciate it. And now, time to open Twitch and hopefully see that somebody nice is streaming as well. Jedi is streaming. I've raided Jedi the very last time, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna raid Jedi again. In fact, there is somebody else playing Cities that is not that known in the rest of the community, I believe. So I think I'm gonna raid you guys out to Angry Luigi. Imperial Jedi obviously is absolutely amazing, but I think I literally rated him on my last stream. And I try to at least switch it up a little bit, so Angry Luigi it is. And as always, to everybody who's still here, thank you so much for tuning in and spending your time with me. And I hope that I will get to stream a bit more this week. I know I've been streaming very, very little lately, and I'm not happy with that myself. So hopefully more of it soon. And thanks, of course. Glad to stream again, especially after this long time. I'm super happy that I managed to again. So thanks a lot for tuning in and spending your time with me, and have a nice evening, and hopefully till soon. Not sure when I'll manage, but again, I really hope another time this week, maybe. And with that, I wish all of you an absolutely wonderful evening, and bye-bye.